The story of a manga artist who was imprisoned by a strange Yandere girl. Volume 2. By Kitade Ryuma and Hozumi Moguri. Translated by Sound Destiny at Travis Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Day 1 of cohabitation. Summer is still a little way off, but the word, spring, doesn't quite fit anymore. It is a sunny Sunday afternoon. A humming can be heard coming from the kitchen. A unique rhythm that is hard to describe. It sounds like Celtic music, classical music, or even hip-hop. I don't know what genre it is, but I just know she's in a good mood. It is such a bright tone. I am free. I'm free. I am free. Inside my room, staring at the ceiling, which has finally begun to look familiar, I ruminate in my mind about a fact that I have almost forgotten. Unlike a month ago, I am no longer locked up. There are no chains restraining my body. The shutters are open, so I can bask in the sunlight to my heart's content. I can always take this choker off if I ask Konata. I touch the hard, cold choker with my right hand. It has already become a part of my fashion when the sunlight shines and emits a bewitching, dull glow, symbolizing our relationship. Lunch is ready. Are you still working? Konata emerges through the open door from the kitchen. In her hands are 2 white bowls. No, I'm on break, it's fine. It's a nice summery menu. Fufu, I've made hiyashi chaka, a Chinese-style Japanese dish consisting of chilled Chinese noodles with various toppings served in the summer. Konata smiles thinly at my comment and replies with words that look like posters from a soba restaurant. The drawing tablet that I usually do for work is moved to the corner of the room and the folding table that is propped up against the wall is taken out. Before, a piece of cardboard used to serve as a table, but my room is slowly getting more and more humanly equipped. Let's put the situation into perspective again. I thought Konata was a clumsy fan, who helped me out of a rough and tumble life, and rehabilitated me when I was falling ill. But in reality she is my stalker. As I lay out the cushions for her and myself, I go through my thoughts. The shocking truth was revealed the other day. Even after learning this, I still can't do anything about it. I changed the chopsticks for new ones. I suddenly realized. It is a fan's product of my work that was once animated. Blue chopsticks in the shape of the hero's weapon, the sword. Red chopsticks that imitate the heroine's walking stick. As I recall, they were sold as a set, like a married couple chopsticks. This one is better, right? Yes, it is. Although they are chopsticks, they are fan goods, so in terms of practicality they are a delicate item. The chopstick handles are bumpy and difficult to hold due to the design of the sword hilt and embedded jewels. The sharp tip of the blade and the belly of the sword are too unbalanced, especially at the end of my chopsticks. Still, I swallow down the words and nod my head and begin to eat. I know Konata did it with the best of intentions. But I had to admit, Konata is ominous and terrifying. But it's also true that I was in a slump and thanks to her I'm able to draw comics again. The fact that she has been stalking me all this time is worrying. But I can't deny that I feel an equal amount of gratitude and affection for her. At the very least, I like her to the extent that I'm reluctant to report the fact that I've been confined and make her a criminal. But I might ask her to take off the choker for now. It's summer, and I'll give her a good reason, like it's steaming or something. I think about it while slurping the sweet and sour noodles of chilled Chinese noodles. Hey, Konata. I open my mouth, and that's when. Tomatoes are the most meaty vegetable, aren't they? While stabbing the cherry tomatoes of the chilled Chinese noodles with my chopsticks, Konata suddenly mutters something those words. Meaty vegetables? Not soya. I'm not talking about the protein, I'm talking about the image. The way it feels when you touch it, the way the red liquid comes out of it, it's like human flesh. Konata chews the cherry tomatoes. With that being said, the cherry tomato suddenly looks like a human head. Yay, should the choker stay as it is? This neck choker is a testimony to the bond between Konata and I. I myself asked her to put it back on, even though she took it off once. This was before I knew that she was a stalker, but I can't pretend that she didn't say those words. If I say now that I want to take the choker off, she will think that she is inadequate in taking care of me and will be offended. If that happens, I can't deny the possibility that I myself will end up like that cherry tomato. Even though Konata no longer blatantly flicks a knife at me and threatens me, the murder weapon is still lying in the kitchen, a few steps away. In the meantime, I'd like some time alone to think about it. Let's see how things go so as not to provoke her, and gradually distance myself from this and get her to move back to her parents' house if possible. And let's rethink our relationship and aim for an environment where we can rebuild it. So it is concluded. Thanks for the food. I finish the hiyashi chaka and join my hands together. Osamatsuzema. Expression of humility said by the person who provided a meal after it is eaten. She looked at the empty plate with satisfaction. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. I get up from the cushions and say so. Already? Isn't it too early? It's only noon. Because Konata only takes a bath after me. It's not good if you're going to take a late bath. It'll affect your body tomorrow. She is strangely disciplined and stubbornly refuses to be the first to take a bath. She has been out of school but has recently started attending high school again. She should lead a regular life as much as possible to keep that good situation. As a manga artist, I have always tended to be a night owl, but when my rhythm of life could affect the life of a high school girl, I take it seriously. Then, I'll wash your back. I'm going to wash up, so please wait a moment. No, I'll do it myself. You're doing a lot of housework and it's good enough. Is that so? Okay. I nod and snatch the few remaining hiyashi chaka. Today, Konata withdrew rather easily. Usually, she will force her way into the bathroom and try to wash my body. Does Konata finally understand what the appropriate distance is? With such optimism, I quickly finish my bath. After all, a shower in summer feels good. I leave the bathroom and open the storage cabinet. Ah, yes, these bath towels. But my exhilarated mood quickly fades. A bath towel with an anime character from my work printed on it, dressed in a more revealing outfit. Of course, I am attached to my characters, but whether I want to wrap myself in that bath towel is another story. When I want to relax, it is distressing to be constantly reminded of the mangas I draw for work. Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure the change of clothes was also a character print shirt. No, I think, because Konata said that she had to replenish my clothes because she didn't have enough clothes to replace them. As I'd expect, it's not like she only have character stuff. I wipe my body and open the color box with my underwear. I freeze on the spot. Indeed, there are more types of clothes to change into. The first category is the same as before, t-shirts with characters printed on them. And the newest addition ISS. So it came to that. 7th quarter sleeves with English letters zipped up and tracks of unknown function attached all over. Fairy tale shirts with rainbow-colored unicorns bouncing around with angels. A frightening shirt with demons and devils killing each other. It is the kind of clothing that, say, a fashion-conscious junior high school student or a visual K band would wear. Visual K is a movement among Japanese musicians that is characterized by the use of varying levels of makeup, elaborate hairstyles, and flamboyant costumes. A t-shirt or clothes for the kitchen? The ultimate choice that suddenly confronts me. I should go buy some normal clothes as soon as possible. After a bit of deliberation, I end up choosing the t-shirt, which seems to be relatively comfortable to wear, with an emphasis on the material. I put on my clothes, drape the bath towel over my shoulders and leave the changing room. Phew. I feel refreshed. What are you doing? I roll my eyes at Konata as she sits on the footstool by the window. Redecorating. I have to make sure it's appropriate for the two of us. She turns to me and says with a smug look on her face, I've seen a lot of changes in my room in the time I've been away. The floor is carpeted with magic circles marked with red and black runes, and the cushions are covered with open-mouthed, insectivorous monsters. On the walls hang several silkscreens printed with characters from my previous animated films, hanging in various places. Even the curtains are specially designed with the hero and heroine of my works on either side. As more and more things are added, my room is eroding into this color. I've been taken care of by Konata for the past month, and I feel like I've recently moved up a gear. This is indeed a three-dimensional reality, but being surrounded by all these fantastical interiors makes me feel ungrounded and fluffy. The protagonist of my manga stares at me with a carefree, 100-point smile. It is as if her eyes were making fun of my current unrealistic situation of living with a high school girl stalker. Day 2 of cohabitation. Then I'm off. Lunch is in the fridge. Konata speaks as she puts on her loafers at the doorstep. Oh you. Thanks. Take care. I watch her back. A high school girl going to her high school. It's obvious, but what a wonderful sight. A few days ago, this would be unthinkable. Konata opens the door and steps out. Just before she closes the door again, she raises her right hand in a small gesture. I raise my hand in response. The door closes and I take a step towards the front door to lock it. Gotcha. But before I can reach the door, it is audibly locked. Why? I don't remember giving her a key. Apparently, a duplicate key was made without my permission. Well, of course Konata will do something like that. I am no longer surprised at this level. Anyhow, from now on it's just me until she comes back. The feeling of freedom is so fleeting that I can't help but raise my arms. However, what I have to do now is no different from yesterday, when Konata was here. I have to finish a short story for publication in a web magazine, the story of a manga artist locked up by a strange high school girl, exactly as it was written. It's a chance I've finally seized, even though my work has been rejected many times. I want to put it with all my heart and soul. I sit on a chair and face the drawing tablet connected to my laptop. The editor's suggestions on my work are used as a guide, and tweaks are made. However, not everything goes smoothly. Sometimes I can draw smoothly, but other times my work comes to a halt. When I am struggling with the main character's dialogue, the screen goes dark for a moment. And the screensaver is activated. Yufua. My body reacts with a jerk and a strange voice comes out unintentionally. Suddenly, a self-portrait of the woman is displayed. The screensaver was decorated with cute effects, along with encouraging words such as good luck with your work. It is supposed to be a default picture, but it seems to have been replaced at some point. Well, that's fine. Let's give in 100 steps and forgive. But why is Konata in her underwear? If the police raid this place, this can be called child pornography. I hurriedly reset the screensaver to its default display image and delete the image. I face the drawing tablet again. It's impossible. I can't get the image of Konata in her underwear out of my head. Let's take a break. I lie on my back with the cushion as a pillow and move my body from side to side, but I can't calm down. My character, glancing out of the corner of my eye. A hero and heroine who have a firm will and drive the story. Or the antagonist. Am I now living a life unashamed of his or her way of life? I think about such self-deprecation. I fall on my face to escape the sparkling eyes of the main characters. Immediately, a bright red mouth fills my vision. This makes me feel like a prey being preyed upon by insectivorous plants. Combined with the magic circle on the carpet, I feel as if I were a living sacrifice offered to the devil. Surprisingly, furniture design is also important. I'm not a fashionista or an interior decorator, so I was under the impression that if they changed a little, it wouldn't do any real harm. But I was wrong. Apparently, living surrounded by things that don't suit one's taste gradually whittles away at one's MP, like a slow-acting poison. Right. Let's go out for a change. There's no rule that says I have to work inside the house. I disconnect the PC and drawing tablet and put them away in a rucksack. I let my momentum carry me to the front door as it was, and suddenly stopped. It is really an unconscious action, so much so that I don't even know why I stopped. Don't tell me that I'm feeling anxious about going outside. That I really liked living in confinement. I am shocked to come to that conclusion. Phew. Let's take a deep breath. Ah, that's right. I'll feel bad if I don't eat the lunch Konata made for me. I reconsider this. When I open the fridge, I find onigiri and omelets on a plate covered with plastic wrap. Beside them is a scrap of a note written in round letters. Soak it in water when you're done eating. And if you go outside, wear this pendant top on your choker. It will protect you. Pendant. Ah, this one. It's certainly suspicious from a third party's point of view to see me having a choker on. The pendant top, cooled to a crisp, was a metal disc about 5 centimeters in diameter. It was an accessory with a onmudu-like design, as if it were a combination of a black and white magatama. I see. Although the choker is originally used for confinement, with this on, it can just barely be seen as a fashion accessory. It's unexpectedly cute for her age to entrust her feelings to a pendant. I appreciate her concern, but I wished she would leave the choker key behind. With this in mind, I finish my meal quickly and dip my plate in the water. Then, as Konata instructed, I put the amulet on the choker. Strangely, I feel calmer and am able to get out easily. First, I go into the nearest chain coffee shop. I am able to concentrate quite well, but as expected, I feel bad about staying in one place for too long, so after working for an hour or two, I change location to the riverbanks. As I keep doing this, I end up in 4 different coffee shops. By the time I leave the last cafe, the sun is already setting. I really want to go shopping for clothes, but Konata may be worried if I come home late. With that in mind, I hurry home. I run up the stairs and open the door. Ah, welcome home. How was work? Konata has already returned. She is in the kitchen, wearing an apron, chopping vegetables. I've made a lot of progress. I say as I put down my rucksack and take off my shoes. Is that so? I'm glad to hear that. Then, we'll have a light dinner tonight. I'm making chicken salad and soup. Un. It's true that I'm not very hungry, so that helps, but how did you know? When Konata finds out how exactly hungry I am, my body stiffens up. Because it's your personality. When you go into a coffee shop, you can't stick with just a cup of coffee, can you? You would order a piece of cake or something else. If you order 4 cups of coffee, you must be pretty full, right? Like a great detective, Konata speaks in an orderly and logical manner. How did you know I went to the coffee shops? A shiver runs down my spine. I am careless that I used my birthday as my PAN, so as I thought it was a bad idea, I changed all my passwords. Also, I have uninstalled the tracking app that was installed on my phone without my permission. You're wearing that pendant, that's a given that I know. Your phone seems to have a glitch, so I'm glad I had it ready just in case. I see. I'm glad I wear it just in case. I instantly understand the situation and give a suitable answer. Is that what Konata mean by it will protect you? This pendant has a GPS in it. I grip the pendant tightly. I thought it was an occult thing, but it is a talisman with a very scientific power. Indeed, she's no ordinary high school girl. She has no hesitation in stalking my whereabouts. That night I am reminded of her abnormality once again. I feel my body getting cold, even though it is summer. Day 3 of cohabitation. Early afternoon. I am quietly working in my room. I'm still concerned about the unusual interior, but I don't feel like going out and working when I think I'm being monitored by a GPS. The intercom rings with a ding-dong. It's too early for her to be home and she wouldn't ring the doorbell. Who is it? Yes, I'm here. Who is it? I ask over the intercom. This is Tokahoshi Electric. We are here to deliver and install the air conditioner you ordered. Ah, that's right. It is today, isn't it? Please come in. I remember that I ordered something, so I rush to the front door and unlock it. After inviting a pair of male workers into the house, I suddenly realized. Ooh-wah. They're going to see that embarrassing room. I feel a little psychological resistance. But they are professionals. I think they might have been a bit taken back when they went inside, but they didn't show it in their expressions and went home after completing their work without any hesitation. I think they might have used me as a topic for chatting later, but it can't be helped. Regardless, I'm honestly glad the air conditioning is here. I turn on the air conditioner for a test run and run my pen in the cool breeze. The white, inorganic, rectangular design of the air conditioning unit seems to neutralize the chaos in the room. It's getting hotter and it's hard to survive a modern Japanese summer without air conditioning. Usually I would have to open the windows at random, but now I feel more safe and comfortable. I don't care if it's just me, but as long as Konata is here, I don't want to sleep with the window open for security reasons. So, The air conditioning is here. I reported this to her as I put my chopsticks to the supper she had made for me, cold pork shabu shabu. I see. That's good, isn't it? Now you don't have to go to the coffee shop. Konata speaks as she was mopping up the lettuce. No, I didn't go on an expedition to the coffee shop for cooling purposes. Well, it's not like I'm going out of my way to complain about it. Anyway, the air conditioning has certainly made it easier to work. Oh, yes, that's right. Why don't you sleep in this room instead of the kitchen from now on? I won't go so far as to say it's worn out, but the insulation in this room isn't good enough. It will be hard to sleep and wake up in the kitchen in the coming season. You want me to sleep in the same room as you that badly? Heh. Konata puts down her chopsticks and looks at me with a smirk on her face. No, I don't mean that. I mean I'm worried about heat stroke. If I leave the door open and the air conditioning on, I'm wasting money on electricity. It's true that this may have been a statement that could have been misinterpreted. But Konata should know from the flow of the conversation, right? Okay. You don't have to force yourself. It's set up to cover a comic strip. You know, like JK Reflexology, which was popular a while ago. Konata squints, the corners of her mouth drop and she gives a, I know, I do, kind of look. I am a bit annoyed. No, I don't think it's a good idea, no matter how many I set up. I mean, I haven't had any scenes in my work like that so far. Okay. I'll leave it at that. I'm going to have a bath now. Konata takes my words in stride and goes to the kitchen to wash down the plate of cold shabu shabu we finished eating. At this point, I'm going to have a bath. Sounds like a weird thing to say. I shout in my mind, as I don't want to have any further headache. Soon after her bath, Konata returns in her pajamas. She spreads out her textbooks on the folding desk and begins to work on her school homework. I, on the other hand, turn my back to her and face my manga in silence. There is no conversation between us, but I can feel a certain sobriety in the air. Time passes in the blink of an eye, and it's almost 30 minutes past 22. Well, I think it's time I go to bed. I put down my pen and say so. I've just about got to the end of my prep too. Konata closes her textbook. We quickly get ready for bed. Konata hands over the wash basin to me and I brush my teeth in the kitchen. I need to make my intentions clear so that no mistakes are made. I go back to my room and spread out the futon I folded up. I then place a piece of cardboard next to it, which I use as a desk, and use it as a boundary line. The drawing tablet, it will be dangerous if it falls on my face from the top of the cardboard, so I'll move it away. These cardboard boxes, don't they get in the way? Why don't you put it up against the wall? Konata comes into the room while holding her futon. Before it was a sleeping bag, but now she is using a thin duvet like mine. Needless to say, the duvet cover and sheets are printed with characters from my work. Sometimes in the middle of the night I'd suddenly come up with an idea. It's handy to have a workbench right next to me when I jot them down. I made up a lie. Konata nods in a subtle tone. I wonder if she understands it or not. I put the futon down on the other side of the cardboard box. Then I snuggle under the duvet too. I know I should sleep early, but I can't help reaching for my phone. As I skim through the news app, an article suddenly catches my eye. A mangaka is arrested for lewd acts with a minor. The culprit seems to be claiming it was pure love, but it is not acceptable by the public. As fellow creators, we have to be careful. I mutter to myself. To warn myself. And to keep Konata in check. What's the age? Konata asks me a question as if it is biting. Age. Age of the victim. A first-year junior high school student. It says she was 12 at the time. I check my phone while Konata answers. Even if the perpetrator's version of events is true, if you touch someone under the age of 13, you're out without question. Above the age of 13, it is a case-by-case basis. Konata replies without hesitation. Case by case. No, even if you're 13 years old or older, minors are usually not allowed, right? I let out a dry laugh. It is not the world of erotic manga that says it is safe to do erotic things with minors if they are over 13 years old. Legally, in order to apply the offenses of forcible sexual intercourse or indecent assault under the criminal code to sexual intercourse with a person over the age of 13, it is necessary to prove that an assault or threat was made. Konata continues in a serious tone. Well, is that so? Oh, but wasn't there a cartoonist arrested before for having a dating relationship with a high school student? AIDS. I remember it was quite a shock, because he was quite a famous mangaka and I was a fan. That's because money is involved. If money is involved, the crime of child prostitution applies. So if it's a pure love affair where there's no money involved, there's no problem with that kind of thing with a high school student. But not child pornography, right? Konata, my screensaver, you changed it to your photo in your underwear without my permission. Isn't that bad? Those are swimming costumes that you can usually buy by mail order. If high school girls in swimming costumes are not allowed, then all the magazines with those kinds of gravures photos in them will be out. Have you heard that the publishers of Megan or Sun have been arrested? Konata speaks so, a bit dumbfounded. Was Konata in that photo wearing a swimming costume? I can't check because I've already erased it, but if I think about it, bikini-type swimming costumes and underwear don't have much difference in the area of exposure. But is underwear out and swimwear safe? No, then is underwear also safe if it has more fabric? Somehow, I don't really understand. But, you see, the ordinances. Ordinances vary from prefecture to prefecture, so it's hard to say, but in most places it's safe for serious relationships. Incidentally, the ordinances here are rather lax. If it were out of the question to have such a relationship with a high school student, it would contradict the age of marriage for women, which is set at 16. Konata interrupts me mid-sentence and says, well, but as I recall, that age will soon be 18. Isn't that, after all, the law changed because it's not good to get married in high school or something like that? I countered, relying on my dim memory. Rather the opposite. Until now, parental consent was required for marriages under the age of 20, but now that the age of majority has been raised to 18, it is possible for a person to get married at the age of 18 simply on the basis of his or her own will. In view of the trend towards harsher penalties under the juvenile law, the age at which legal capacity to make a will is declining. And it is instantly debunked. Hey, how come Konata knows so much about this kind of law? I can't say anything more back to her and ask such a dumb question. Because I studied. She reaches into her student bag case, which she keeps by her bedside. Out of it came a pocket hexagonal law and a number of legal books. The code pasted on the back cover suggests that she borrowed them from the library. Come to think of it, Konata attends a top-tier girls' school. I guess she can afford this level of study. It's great that you don't just do a random internet search for what you want to know, but look it up properly in a book. But there are quite a few things that the law allows but the world doesn't. I mutter in defeat. Even now, I still think it's wrong to have that kind of relationship with a high school girl. My ethics are definitely more correct. It should be right, but I don't know enough to refute it. It's frustrating. 2 more years. Konata mutters a meaningful line, gets up and turns off the light. At that moment, the faint scent of her hair left a strong impression on me. Day 4 of cohabitation. And another day goes by. As we repeat the déjà vu-like exchange from yesterday, bedtime comes in the blink of an eye. Of course, the cardboard divider between me and Konata is still in place today. Summer is the season when you are more prone to heat stroke, so you need to drink the proper amount of fluids before bed. Konata comes all the way from the kitchen, chanting a government propaganda-like mantra. In her hand is a glass filled to the brim with water. Isn't that a bit too much? Sitting cross-legged on the futon, I am alarmed at the barely spillable surface tension. How suspicious. What is Konata trying to do? She stops in front of the cardboard partition as I stare at her. Ah, my hand slipped. She says in a plain flat tone and tilts her cup expressionless on the cardboard. Jabba-bababa and water splashes onto the surface. In the blink of an eye, the wet cardboard boxes are dyed with a ratty grey. Wait, Suddenly, all I can do is let out a bewildered sound. I'm so clumsy. Konata confesses with a somewhat satisfied look on her face. She then shakes the glass robustly up and down, and water the cardboard to the last drop. No, I don't blame you for being clumsy, but that was indeed clearly unnatural. Rubbish needs to be disposed of. Konata ignores my Tsukomi and puts the glass on the floor and sticks her hand in the wet and brittle part of the cardboard. She then starts tearing the cardboard to shreds. In no time at all, the cardboard is no longer able to be reassembled. It is nothing but a piece of paper. The way she was doing it, as if she was dealing with her parents' avenger, makes me lose the will to say anything more. Well, I can't keep using cardboard boxes as desks forever, right? I'll buy a new one. I can use a folding desk until my work desk arrives. I turn away and open an online shopping site on my phone. And I snapped up the same kind of work desk I was using before I moved in. It's not particularly inconvenient once I get used to cardboard, but it's shabby to say the least, and I'll take this as a good opportunity to use a better desk. I don't think it's a good idea to keep that folding desk near me when we sleep. Why? Because it has sharp corners and is hard. It's dangerous if we unintentionally bump ourselves against it when we're asleep. But I need the desk to take notes. Are you sure? I've only ever seen you take notes on the floor, either on your phone or with a paper sketchbook. Konata points to my bedside. Indeed, it is a pain to get up every time I need to take a quick note. When I have an idea for a plot, I use the notepad app on my phone in my sleep, and if it's a character design, I scribble it down in my sketchbook. It's not uncommon for me to get a sudden creative urge in the middle of the night and want to go to my desk and use the drawing tablet, but it's a rare case. Well, I guess I could just take it away for now and put it back if it's inconvenient. I can't think of a reasonable excuse to create a partition between us, and I end up compromising. Then okay. Konata nods. Kohan. Well, let's go to bed. Working and going to school is like running a marathon. It's a long-term battle, and you have to take care of your rhythm. I cough, say something cool and get up to turn off the light. True. Konata nods and climbs into the duvet. I turn off the light and get under the duvet. Calm down. The cardboard boxes are gone. The distance between Konata and I hasn't changed since yesterday. I tell myself that and close my eyes. Bossa. Goro ro 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 ro. Passa. There's a pressure close by that I can feel even with my eyes closed. But I pretend not to notice and close my eyes even tighter. I feel like the protagonist in a horror film. Zun. Zun zun zun. Zun 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 zun. I feel stimulation on my cheeks and forehead. Yet I still hold back. Kosho. Kosho shosho shosho sho. Boo-foo, boo-foo-foo. What are you trying to do? I open my eyes, unable to bear the tickling on my legs. Next to me, at such a close distance that I can almost hear her breathing, is Konata lying on her side. Her eyes are so bloodshot that I can see them even in the dark. To be honest, I'm a bit scared. I'm a clumsy sleeper. Konata mutters in a hushed voice. Does this girl think she can get away with anything if she says she's clumsy? But Konata used to sleep in the kitchen that's smaller than this room, and I had never heard a single noise. In the spacious kitchen that Konata can't even turn over, if she was as bad a sleeper as she is claiming now, she'd probably hit her body all over the place and be covered in bruises. But the sleeping figure of Konata I saw the other day was a sleeping figure with good posture, as snug as Dracula sleeping in a coffin. It's summer, it's hot, and I just pulled off the duvet. Konata has suddenly switched reasons somehow. Do you want me to lower the temperature setting on the air conditioner? That's not good for the environment. I'll adjust it myself. Konata says this and starts unbuttoning her pajamas. I turn away from her and close my eyes again. Calm down. Calm down, me. What am I going to do if I fall for such a blatant invitation? I'm giving in to my temporary desires and throwing away the chance I've finally seized. I bite my back teeth tightly. I'm almost ready to serialize my work in this magazine. Considering the hell of having my projects getting rejected over and over again, this level of endurance should be nothing to sneeze at. Sunt 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 sun. Kosho 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 kosho. Munyu 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 munyu. All kinds of sensations hit my body. This is a training scene. It's a necessary training part for the mangaka that I am. I desperately tell myself. I'm sure this is how Christ must have felt as he endured the temptation of the devil in the wilderness. After that, Konata keeps messing around with my body for a while, but gradually the number of times she messes with me decreases and finally reaches 0. Sue. Sue. Eventually, a quiet sleeping breath is heard. After a while, I gently open my eyes. Enfu. Konata lets out a voice that can't be described as either sleep-talking or coughing. In this way, she's just a beautiful, angelic girl. Konata, who sleeps innocently, is so beautiful that there are no words to describe her. Rather than being seduced in a strange way, it seems that the atmosphere is getting weirder. But I won't lose. If I'm no longer a manga artist, I'll be the one who will be saddest. I gently shift my body and give up my futon to Konata. Then I move on my tiptoes, killing the sound of my footsteps, and enter the futon used by Konata as if to switch places. As expected, if I don't do this, mistakes could happen, and I have to somehow persuade Konata to let us live separately. I decide to do so. But that night, I was the one who spent a while agonizing over the smell of her from the futon, although it was better than her and her bedclothes smell. Day 5 of cohabitation. In the morning, by the time I woke up, she had already left for school. When she comes home in the evening, she stands silently in the kitchen without saying a single word, not even, "I'm home." "Okay," I say casually, take the bowl of rice and place it on the desk. It is a simple bowl of white rice topped with shredded cabbage and a fried egg, with sauce poured over it. Then itadakimasu. Of course, it's not bad. I can't complain as the food is being made for me, but as a healthy adult male it's a little lacking. It's a pretty simple menu for Konata, who's been trying her hand at some rather elaborate dishes lately. This morning's breakfast was also a combo of yogurt and supplements for the first time in a while. Maybe she's in a bad mood? As I ponder about this, I recall the last time I was in confinement. Would this be a bad idea to start dissolving the cohabitation? As I decide so, I silently move my chopsticks. Mutual silence. It would have been nice if she had said something to me, but it seems unlikely. Oh, you know. I open my mouth, unable to bear the silence. What? Konata glares at me and speaks so. I think it's important to have a certain level of human interaction. What do you mean? Konata raises her eyebrows and tilts her neck. Let's see, how about if it's your favorite comic book, after you've read it a dozen times, you get bored of it, as you should, right? Ha! Do you know how many times I have read your comics and that I never get tired of them? Konata says back to me in a slightly angry state. I'm happy that she likes my work so much, but I'm also a bit scared. I didn't use a good analogy. I like fried chicken, but that doesn't mean I want to eat it every day. I like to have a sudden craving once in a while and devour it with gusto to the point of heartburn. That's what fried chicken is to me. Can you understand? Maybe I don't understand it. The point is that just because you like someone, if you like them all the time, it loses its freshness. I just wondered if that may be a part of our relationship. I see. That's why. She looks down at the soggy yolk as if thinking for a moment, and eventually nods in agreement. Is this, perhaps, going surprisingly well? I'm not sure what the "that's why" is, but let's just push the story right now. That's why. I think it may not be a bad idea for both of us to stop living together and put some physical distance between us. I put down my chopsticks, fold my arms and nod slowly and deeply. But what about looking after you? You need to have me, don't you? Konata says in a judgmental tone and looks at me as if she is watching a toddler going out for his first time as a nanny. No, I used to live on my own, you know? You've just started school and I'm sorry to make you spend so much time on me. If you're worried that my life is going to get rough, I'll ask you to make me dinner once in a while, so come see how things are going. I speak softly yet admonishingly. I don't want to completely cut off my relationship with Konata. I just want to keep a proper distance. If that's the case, maybe it's a good idea. The horoscope on TV this morning also said that Capricorns can fail if they get too passionate. Good. Then it's settled then. Okay. I want to sort out what I'm taking home with me and what I'm not, and I'll pack my things when I get back from school tomorrow. Konata speaks and moves her chopsticks to her mouth in a well-mannered manner. Oh, I'll help you the best I can. I nod with a smile and look into my bowl of fried eggs. I sleep more soundly that day than I have in the past few days. Day 6 of cohabitation. It is evening. At the doorstep. Then, I'll be on my way, Konata says as she slings her Boston bag over her shoulder. Oh, you. Take care. I watch her back as she walks away. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. It is so smooth that I am a bit discouraged. I guess I just have to try to negotiate, even if it's useless. You have to eat vegetables, even if it's troublesome. Even if it's just biting into a tomato at random, it's okay. Konata glances back and says, I will. You should be careful. Get home before dark. I nod my head in agreement with her motherly advice. See you later. Konata takes a step toward the door. At that very moment, Pimpon. The intercom rings. Konata stops moving. Who is it? I already received the work desk I ordered from yesterday via express delivery. I wonder, but run to the intercom inside the room. Who is it? Good evening, Sensei. This is Haruka. A familiar, intelligent, cool voice comes over the intercom. Haruka-san? Ari? The meeting was scheduled for 6:30, right? It should be 30 minutes later, isn't it? I ask, a little panicked. Tanaka Haruka. She's my editor. Normally, I do not call the editor in charge by their first name, but there is another Tanaka-san in the same editorial department, and since it is complicated, it is customary to call her by her first name. Indeed. But since I finished my previous job early, I thought I would have a meeting with you directly after a long time. You're a very serious person, so I'm sure that you've been waiting in front of your computer for 30 minutes anyway. Haruka-san sees right through me. Indeed, as Haruka-san said, after sending Konata off, I am going to wait for her in front of the computer and think about what I should talk about at the meeting. But if I let Konata out now, she'll run into Haruka. If she sees a high school girl coming out of my room, it can get complicated. I have to get through this somehow. Oh, yes, well, the time itself isn't a problem, but I'm a little embarrassed by the mess in my room, so I'm sorry. Would you mind if I take a moment to clean up? I see. I just came early on my own, so don't worry about it. I'm going to kill some time around here, so when you're ready, please call me or contact me on SNS as you see fit. Haruka's voice breaks off. Phew. Now all that's left to do is for Konata to leave. Sorry, it was the editor in charge. She wants to have a meeting with me. I go back downstairs and explain to her. Is that right? She sounded pretty young. How old is she? Konata says something back to me. What? Haruka-san's age. I've never asked her. But she became my editor when I graduated, and we've known each other ever since, so she's probably in her mid-20s. I thought for a moment before answering. I suddenly got a stomach ache. Seriously? Are you okay? I'm fine. I'll use the bathroom. With that declaration, Konata takes off her shoes and goes back into the house. I also follows her to the bathroom. Well, as they say, you can't hate what comes out and what goes in. Physiological phenomena are unavoidable. With this in mind, I wait for her to finish using the bathroom. But even after 10 or 20 minutes, Konata does not come out. As expected, it's almost time for the original appointment, and I can't keep Haruka-san waiting any longer. I've got a meeting soon, so I'm going to let Haruka-san in the house. I'm sorry, but when you get out of the bathroom, can you please leave the room as inconspicuously as possible? I don't want Haruka-san to get the wrong idea. I'll just explain to her that I have a friend over. I call out to Konata, but there is no response from inside the bathroom. I wonder if she is feeling quite ill. I don't think there is anything on the menu that will give her food poisoning. I'm worried, but work is work. I call Haruka-san to let her know I am ready. I open the door early and wait for Haruka-san. Eventually, I see her. Haruka's appearance is somewhat of a gap from her purely Japanese-looking surname. She is half silver-haired and tall for a woman. She comes walking quickly and I invite her in. Sorry to bother you. Haruka-san takes off her leather shoes and puts them down neatly. Many manga editors, even office workers, wear casual clothes, but Haruka-san is always dressed in a tight-fitting suit. No, I'm sorry it's so small. I think a house like this is solid and good. In the past, I heard that there was a pattern of manga artists who were successful enough to build a house in Kamakura on the spur of the moment, which caused problems later on, but many of today's manga artists are stable. Nowadays, most assistants work remotely, so there is no need to rent an office. I see. Please sit down. I'll bring you some barley tea now. I offer Haruka-san a cushion while I serve her a cup of barley tea. Thank you very much. So, how is it going? How is the manuscript coming along? Haruka-san sits upright on the cushion, sips a little barley tea, and then goes straight to the point. I don't think it's bad. It's a work in progress, but do you want to take a look at it? I point to the drawing tablet and shift my chair a little to the side. Yes, let me take a look. Haruka-san comes to sit next to me in an upright position, in front of the drawing tablet. I usually face her even when we have face-to-face meetings, so I'm nervous when she sits next to me. Haruka-san reads at a steady pace, neither fast nor slow. I wait for her words as if I were a student waiting for the announcement of my acceptance. My back naturally straightens. So this is the editor in charge. The first to open their mouth is neither me nor Haruka-san, but a third person. Konata. I turn around with a startle. I didn't notice it at all. I mean, what is the point of not hearing the toilet flush, let alone the sound of footsteps? I didn't hear anything about her being this beautiful. Konata pokes her head between my shoulder and Haruka's shoulder and glares at me. I don't say anything of that sort. To begin with, I've never cared much about the appearance or age of the editor in charge. Whether they are older or younger, male or female, an editor in charge is an editor in charge. Whether he or she is beautiful or not, the fact remains that if I'm not recognized by him or her, I will not be able to publish a serialized work. Sensei. Don't tell me this girl is. Haruka-san's expression unusually breaks and her eyes widen in surprise. Why yes, that's right. She is the model for the heroine in the story of a manga artist who was imprisoned by a strange high school girl. I hold my fingers to my temples as I honestly confess. In the first place, that isn't a manga I drew to show Haruka-san. It is a manga I drew because I wanted Konata to read it. I drew it as it is, without any deformation or arrangement. There is no way to explain it away. That's how it is. Konata affirms my words with a smug look on her face. Is that something to say proudly in this situation? Sensei. Do you know the word compliance? Haruka-san says with a sigh. I didn't do anything against the law. I swear. I assure her with a straight face. I have nothing to hide. If they report me to the police, I'm not guilty because I didn't do anything, probably. It is a basic rule for editors to believe in the artists they are working with, but it is also part of their job to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Sometimes we hear of cases where a serious-looking mangaka has committed an outrageous sex crime. Haruka-san says in an awkward tone. Well, that's right. I'm sorry. I feel somewhat sorry too, and bow my head. Even if you and I end up like that, does the editor have anything to do with it? Tell her that. Konata is whispering in my ear. No, tell her that in person, I thought. But Konata is a shy person. She didn't say much to me until we got to know each other. There is. If the mangaka becomes a sex offender, his new series will go down the drain and his past works will go out of print. If that happens, it will be my responsibility, please tell her that. Haruka-san says as she returns her attention to the drawing tablet and continues checking my manga. I don't have to tell her. That's because at this distance, an earful sound would be enough. Tell her that if it's a sincere relationship, there's no problem if a high school student and an adult male have a physical relationship. Please tell her, I think it is legally correct, but it is the parents, not you, who will decide whether it is sincere or not. Sensei, have you talked to her parents? Are you planning to get married? Have you tied the knot? No, I've never even met her parents, let alone tied the knot with her. Then, depending on her parents, Sensei could be marked as a sexual predator. The calm manner in which Haruka-san speaks makes my blood run cold. Konata, is that so? I look at Konata. She quickly averts her gaze. Seriously? I knew it was a bad idea. I'm glad I trust my sense of ethics. I'm glad I came to see you in person. I thought this was going to happen anyway. Haruka-san, you were aware of it. Sensei seems to have been depressed recently, and when we communicate remotely, I can see glimpses of the room through the webcam, can't I? The interior was clearly not Sensei's taste, so I could guess that it was influenced by someone else. That's an amazing deduction. I am impressed by her statement. Is it so? I was worried about Sensei because many mangaka are naive and pure, and they are often tricked by strange religions or caught by bad women and suffer terrible things. I didn't expect to see a high school girl in the house. That's not funny. I scratch my head. Sensei, I'd like to check just to be sure. You didn't get locked up like in the manga, do you? It's just a model, right? Haruka-san looks at Konata and me alternately with a quizzical gaze. Ha 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 ha. You're making a joke again. I'm not locked up, although some parts are based on actual events. I met her when she happened to find me lying in front of my room and took care of me, and now I employ her as a housekeeper for meals and cleaning. I lie on the spur of the moment. If I told the truth, the earnest Haruka-san would have reported me to the police without hesitation. Then I might become a criminal. Well, that's how it is. For an adult man to be restrained by a powerless high school girl who hasn't received any special military training, it's acceptable as fiction in manga, but in reality it's tough. Haruka-san nods her head in agreement. Yes, that's right. Was I not an adult male? Well, putting aside the digression, the deadline for the web version of the manuscript is coming up next Monday, so let's get down to business, shall we? Let's talk about your housekeeper later, but for now, I'd like you to leave us alone. That's right. Well. Konata, see you later. I get up and try to push her shoulder to get her out of the house, but her body is as still as a stone statue. Tell that woman that. I have a right to be here. Konata, I know you're not good at talking to people you meet for the first time, but that's a bit rude. Let's talk properly next time. I finally give out my complaint. I, too, have the right of publicity. I turn to face Haruka-san and mutter in a depressing voice. The right of publicity? I don't want to be portrayed in a strange way. Well, you have a point. If this work sells well and becomes well known, there is a risk that she will be seen as a stalker of a manga artist and a psycho who confines him. Then why not change the character design? It's exquisite, isn't it? This design is exquisite. You really found a good model, Sensei. Haruka-san folds her arms in annoyance and says so. A normal editor will tell me to change the picture, even if it is a pain in the ass and the quality will be lowered. But Haruka-san doesn't compromise. It is because of her that I can trust her with my precious work. That's right. I would like to respect her wishes as much as I can, since it is thanks to her that I was able to get out of my slump. If that's the case, I don't blame her. It will be fine if she stays. Aren't you glad to hear that, Konata? Konata nods her head. I hand over the cushion to her, who is sitting to my left, on the opposite side of Haruka-san. Yes, well, it's time for me to return. Haruka-san, who has finished reading my manga, prefaces her comment with this, and her eyes turn sharp. Thank you for coming, I say, taking a deep breath. First of all, the big picture of the story is fine. Let's keep it that way. So, the first thing I'm concerned about is the nuance of the piece. I would like it to be more like a romantic comedy. The current work has a 5:5 ratio, so I'd like to see the ratio of horror to romantic comedy to be about 3:7. I see. I pick up my sketchbook and begin taking notes. The realistic portrayal is her charm, but the horror element, she cuts it out. Konata mumbles to herself. If you're going to pull it toward horror, the trend in manga these days is to have a set of grotesque depictions. You don't like Goro that much, do you, Sensei? To be honest, I do not like it very much. Then, it would be better to make it more of a romantic comedy. Also, this heroine wears a mask all the time, but why don't you remove it during important scenes? It's fine that she basically wears a mask as part of her characterization, but I think it's a bit of a waste that we can't see her expression even in the key moments. How can you ignore the psychology of fans who don't want to pass the disease on to their favorite mangaka in case they get sick? Konata raises her eyebrows in frustration. After that, Haruka's points continue to be made, but Konata refutes every now and then. Haruka-san and Konata have very different sensibilities. I think that's about it. To sum it up, the framework is already in place, so it's just a matter of making some minor adjustments. I understand. Thank you very much. I put down my sketchbook and bow my head, circling the most important points. Then I'll leave you to it. Haruka-san gets up from her cushion and looks at Konata, who is next to me. Konata. To tell you the truth, she was planning to leave home before I had a meeting with Haruka-san. Alright. Konata. I smile at her, as if asking for her agreement. However, Konata, surprisingly, does not go through with it. Konata. What's wrong? Yesterday, you agreed that we should not live together, didn't you? I changed my mind. I will protect your manga. She looks at me with missionary eyes. I mean, what are you protecting me from? I haven't been attacked by anyone. I haven't even been flamed because I only post things on social media that are neither toxic nor medicinal. I'm more worried about this girl's issue than the content of the new series, to be honest. I can't just continue to turn a blind eye to this. I know. Here's what I'll do. I'll live here myself until I'm sure that your serialization is on track and make sure this girl won't cause any problems. Haruka-san says decisively and sits upright on the cushion again. What? Haruka-san. You're kidding, right? I'm serious. Our company has introduced remote work, so I can follow up during the day. I will pay you for electricity, utilities, and other expenses. No, I don't really care about the living expenses or anything, but Haruka-san has her own private life. In that case, don't worry about it. I've heard that when paper manuscripts were the norm, it was common for editors to barge into comic book artists' homes and sleep over, and I've always wanted to try it. Haruka-san says with a business smile. I know it's an editor's view of the editorial process, but if we work together outside of business hours, won't that cause a lot of problems? I am a man, and you are a woman, and there might be a chance that a mistake will be made. Me and sensei? Are you serious about that? I am laughed at through my nose. Hey, excuse me for a moment. Konata, come over here. I get up and lead her by the hand to the back of the kitchen. What? Konata is a fan of my manga, right? Of course. Then help me out. Haruka-san is a nice person, but as expected, being with the editor in charge 24/7 makes me nervous and I don't feel like I can draw properly. If you go back home once, I can persuade Haruka-san. Everything will be all right. I put my hands together and worship Konata. Okay, I get it. If your editor is leaving too, I guess I don't have a choice. After a short pause, she nods her head in approval. Thanks for the help. Sorry, but may I also ask you to speak to Haruka-san to get her to trust you? I'm not inclined to do it, but this is for your manga. Thank you. I look up to the heavens in relief. Konata and I go back to my room. Sorry for the wait, Haruka-san. There's something Konata wants to talk to you about. Let's hear it. Haruka-san turns to me, still sitting on her haunches. I'm going back to my house. So there is no need for you to live with him. Konata mutters in a flat tone. I understand. But even if she goes home today, it will be meaningless if she visits your house frequently. Even if it is for a healthy purpose such as helping with housework, it is a problem to have an adult male and a high school girl alone in a closed room. If someone saw them going in and out of the house, it would be a situation that could be reported to the police. I promise that when I meet him, it will be outside, in a place where people will be watching. Is that okay? Konata shrugs her shoulders and says a little dismissively. I'm sure that won't be a problem. Would you mind if I put a note to that effect? I don't mind. Sensei, can I have one of your sketchbooks? Here you go. Haruka-san tears a blank page out of my sketchbook and has me write down what I just said with a ballpoint pen and ask Konata to sign her name. I guess this is what is called a reminder. You have no complaints about this, do you? Certainly. In the meantime, I will take care of this note myself. Haruka-san folds the note into his business bag. I'm sorry for all the troubles. I bow my head to Haruka-san. It is hard for me to worry about her, who is busy with other things, not to mention about mangas. No, it's part of my job. Well then, thank you for your time. Haruka-san stands up and turns on her heel with a brisk movement. Bye-bye. Konata gives me a small wave and heads for the front door. Good night you two. I watch them leave. The door is closed and after a few moments, it is locked. The sound of the door slamming shut echoes loudly in the solitude of the room. I know it sounds a little sad, but this is the way it should be. I tell myself that. I do some stretching and then face the drawing tablet again. Day 7 of cohabitation. I am steadily correcting the areas pointed out by Haruka-san. Since the correction points are clear, there are no dead ends and the work goes on without any issues. It's 7 p.m. Before I know it, night has come. I'm hungry, but I don't have the energy to cook. I could eat a convenience store meal if I wanted to, but I promised Konata that I'd make sure to eat vegetables, too. Then, I'll use the food delivery service. It's a bit expensive, but I'll order from a restaurant that seems to be very health conscious. I tap my phone and am about to make the payment when I hear a gacha gacha sound coming from the front door. Ha! What? A robbery? I let go of my phone and brace myself. Eventually, the door opens. I pat my chest in relief as the figure appears. It's only Konata, but tonight, she is dressed in a mysterious schoolboy uniform. She wears her hair up, a school cap and a school uniform with a close-cropped collar and girdle. It is like a template for a Showa-era delinquent comic book. Have you eaten dinner yet? If not, I'll make you some. Konata holds up a supermarket bag and says, No, I haven't yet. I mean, you can't come here. You just made a promise to Haruka yesterday. You even signed it. As expected, I dropped my guard. For a moment, I almost let it slide because Konata is talking to me so naturally. I can do it because the reminder isn't legally binding. The editor probably thought that since I was a child, she would scare me off by doing something like that, but she was too naive. Is that so? No, but the reminder aside, it's seriously out of line. A high school girl frequently going in and out of a man's room is a bad thing, isn't it? What are you talking about? That's why I came dressed as a man, right? Konata lowers the brim of her student hat and says so. Is that a man's costume? I think it is just a costume. At least it doesn't look like a man to me. No, that's not the point. The point is, as long as the editor doesn't find out, it's fine. Konata says in an easygoing manner and stands in the kitchen and begins to spread out the ingredients. Maybe so, but I don't want to lie to Haruka-san. I scratch my head and wonder what's going on. Boo 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 boo. I hear the vibration of my cell phone ringing in my ear. I look at the display and my eyes widen. Speak of the devil. Konata. I'm going to talk to Haruka-san now, but please be quiet and don't make any noise. I understand. She nods her head. I close the door to my room just in case and answer the call on my phone. Yes. Hello. Hello, sensei. Excuse me, this is Haruka. I forgot to tell you something, so could you give me 30 minutes of your time? I understand. I'll get a notebook now. The meeting starts suddenly. At first I am worried that she may try to mess with me, but there is no sign of that. Soon, I become absorbed in Haruka-san's words. That would be all. Do you have any questions? No, everything is okay. Is that so then? Let me ask you a question of my own. Is the girl named Konata over there? Haruka-san asks in a confident tone. What? Why am that? Well, how did you know? I feel my voice rising. Not a single sound is coming from this side of the room. No matter how insightful Haruka-san is, she doesn't have the psychic power of clairvoyance. So she's there after all. Sensei, do you know Konata-chan's SNS? Ah yes. Take a look. Okay. Ooh, seriously? I starts up the application as I am told, and when I see Konata's account, I can't help but let out such a sound. On her account, there is a picture of my kitchen with the words "Cooking is love." In the background, I can see the chopsticks that we always use. Thaya, this is kind of bad, right? I don't think it would be obvious that a high school girl and sensei are in the same room unless someone entered sensei's house. Sensei, did you let anyone else into the house besides Konata-chan? The only possibility would be the real estate agent and the air conditioner installer. I say, thinking for a moment. Then it's probably safe. I don't think those people remember every single room of many customers, and even if they do notice, I don't think the air conditioning contractor or real estate agent would want to go out of their way to report the customer and get into unnecessary trouble. Haruka-san says in a reassuring tone. I'm glad. I pat my chest in relief. So, as expected, this girl is dangerous, so I will live in with sensei and monitor her. Please treat me well, okay? Yes. I look forward to working with you. I have no choice but to accept Haruka-san's proposal. Well then, after business hours, I will pack up my belongings and come over to your place. Thank you for your time. I bow my head, even though I am on the phone, and hang up. I run out, open the door and run into the kitchen. Konata, why did you upload a picture of my house? I didn't make any noise, like you told me to, did I? She turns her head and tilts it. No. That kind of quibble won't work. Why did you go to the trouble of doing something that would give us away? She turns to the kitchen again and begins nonchalantly chopping vegetables. No, I don't really understand. Now I ended up living with Haruka-san. I slump my shoulders. I think I am getting through to her a little, but there are still many things I don't understand about her. It's going to be fine because I'm here. Konata gives me another misguided answer. Thanks for that. I decide that there is nothing more I can say about this, so I start cleaning my room so as not to bother Haruka-san as much as possible. Then, just as I am finishing the dinner that she made for me, the intercom rings. Haruka is dressed in casual clothes, a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. She has probably returned to her house before coming here. She is carrying a carry-on bag with some household items in it. I apologize for the inconvenience. I get down on my knees at the doorstep. Even editing is hard work. I can't believe that I take away her precious private time for me. I am beyond sorry. You don't have to be so formal, I understand. The girl probably just barged in on her own. You're not the type to lie. I can tell from your work. Haruka-san doesn't seem to mind much and takes off her sneakers, saying in her usual calm tone, You understand me. I mean, you? I think we should make a distinction between public and private matters, in and out of office hours. Of course, I can call you sensei if you like. No, I'm more embarrassed by the way you call me sensei on a daily basis, so I'm fine with you. I answer immediately. Is that so? Well, let's just wait and see. We'll see if we can maintain a moderate relationship, if there is any negative impact on our creative work, and so on. We'll assess the risk to you by the end of the month. In the meantime, I will make a duplicate key. And what about that girl? Haruka-san, who has gone inside the house, looks left and right. She's taking a bath right now. Is that so? Haruka-san nods with a face as if she is biting a bitter bug. Thus, I have to start a strange life together with not only Konata but also Haruka-san. Day 8 of cohabitation. I think I may have a fever. Konata in her uniform mutters at the doorway. What? I'm not sure. As I recall, if she doesn't attend today's makeup class, her promotion will be in jeopardy, right? Seriously? If I remember correctly, isn't it dangerous if you don't attend today's makeup class? You'll miss your chance to advance to the next grade, you know? Even if today is a day off, which is Sunday, Konata has been out of school until recently. She has to take a makeup class to make up for the missing days from school. It's bad. I know. But you can't replace your health, can you? Times being what they are, I'm sure the school will understand if you tell them the reason. It doesn't seem like you have a high fever. I walk to her, put my hand on her forehead and mutter. Maybe if we put our foreheads together you might feel it more better. Konata looks at me with an upward glance. No, that's a little too. I stutter and turn around. I don't want to make any unnecessary contact with Konata which will cause a strange misunderstanding under Haruka-san's eyes. You don't have to do that. I have a thermometer right here. Here you go. Haruka-san throws me a thermometer from her carry-on bag. Incidentally, she is also supposed to be on vacation, but the private element is such that her suit is now plain clothes, and she seems to be working as usual today. Needless to say, as a mangaka, I don't have regular holidays. As long as I can draw my work, I can take a day off whenever I want. But right now, I don't have the luxury of taking all day off. Thank you very much. Konata, take a measurement. I hold out the thermometer that I caught from Haruka-san. Suddenly I'm feeling much better. Konata says in a sudden barbed tone and turns away from the thermometer. Konata, are you telling me that you're trying to fake an illness? Because I'm worried about leaving you behind. I'm glad you feel this way, but if you have to stay out of school because of me, I will feel guilty and it will have a negative impact on my creative activities. If you don't have any, please go to school properly. That's not what I'm worried about, but I guess it can't be helped. I'm off. With a sigh, Konata turns on her heel and begins putting on her shoes at the entrance. I don't really know what's going on, but do your best. Haruka-san, thank you very much for the thermometer. I throw the thermometer back to Haruka-san. I then look over at her back as I put the kettle on the fire to boil water for instant coffee. I'll call you during break time. Make sure you reply within a minute. Konata demands, looking back around the room with regret. Well, I'll do as much as possible. I give an ambiguous answer. Not as much as you can, but promise me you'll do it. Konata says in a biting tone. Promise? What if I break my promise? I don't answer yes or no to her question. Instead I ask her back. Drink 1,000 needles? Konata tilts her head. That's a bit harsh, I can't promise you that. You're seriously running out of time. Bye. Moo. I'm off. Konata looks a little grumpy and pushes the door open with more force. See you later. I wave my hand with a wry smile. When Konata leaves, I make a pot of coffee for both of us and go back into the room. Haruka-san is facing me, using a desk and chair she transported from her own home. Thank you very much. Come to think of it, those uniforms look like Asakuraba, right? It's a pretty good school, isn't it? Haruka-san says admiringly and then sips the coffee she has received from me. Then she starts typing on her computer at the same blazing speed as ever. Not just Haruka, but editors in general get emails at ridiculous hours and it freaks me out. When on earth are they taking a break? Yes, it seems so. Their classes seem to be at a high level, and she's a high school student. I'd like her to concentrate on her schoolwork and not worry about me so much. I put my coffee down beside me and face the drawing tablet. I appreciate that Konata is concerned about me, but I think it is healthy for us to meet occasionally on our days off and talk in cafes. It's easy for boys to grow old and hard to learn, you know. But she's a fan, isn't she, Konata-chan? It's not hard to understand why she would be so excited if she had the chance to get close to the manga artist of her dreams. And girls of that age tend to be attracted to older men. What Haruka-san says is a possibility. The sound of her tapping on the enter key was heard rather loudly. It's a situation you often see in mangas, but it happens in real life too. It's like measles. Is that how it is? Well, when I was in high school, all I did was doodle in my notebook, so I can't say I'm great when it comes to studying. In your case, it must have been a useful student life, because it led to this job. The idle chit-chat doesn't last long, and soon silence descends. I manage to get myself to move my pen, but I can't seem to make any progress. When I stop writing for a moment, I worry that Haruka-san might think I'm slacking off. What kind of manga artist can concentrate with their editor nearby? On the other hand, blatantly going outside might seem like I'm avoiding Haruka-san. It seems you don't feel at home? Yes. Honestly. I scratch my head. In my experience so far, even if I try to lie, Haruka-san will see right through me. Honesty is the best course. Also, you're interested in the content itself, but you're not the type to collect merchandise and stuff like that. Haruka-san looks around the room and says so. Ah, that conclusion? Certainly, being surrounded by a tapestry of my own work is one of the reasons I don't feel at home. Yes, that's right. Konata redecorated it for my sake, but even though I love my work, it's too blatant. I put my story together and say, why don't you tell her that? It's your room, you could be more forceful. Yes, but I don't know much about fashion or interior design, so I can't offer any alternatives and I don't want to disrespect her hospitality. Do you take all those flyers they give out on the street? Ha! How did you know? When I see how many part-timers are ignored, I feel sorry for them and end up taking it. Please be careful of door-to-door sales and telemarketers. And yes, we're talking about interior design, aren't we? If it's okay with you, can I think of another way to coordinate it? What? Are you sure? I'd really appreciate it. Ah, but if you suddenly change everything, it might hurt Konata. So for now, if you can just do something about the tapestries and curtains on the walls. For the time being, I want to do something about the walls and curtains that are frequently visible. Okay. So how much do I have to pay? No, I don't need it. I have plenty left over at home, so I'll give it to you. I'll bring them to you later on when I go back to pick up some documents. I see. Thank you. I don't know what's left over, but I'm sure Haruka can coordinate it correctly. And she's got good taste in manga. I don't mean to say this as an alternative, but, sensei, don't you watch television? Ah. Come to think of it, we don't have one yet. Shall I buy one? I got rid of my old TV when I moved out. These days, I watch anime on subscriptions on the internet, so I don't really feel inconvenienced by not having a TV. I would like to ask for your help if possible. I'd like to watch the terrestrial broadcasts of the works I'm in charge of in real time as much as possible. Of course it's all right. Now. Folia, I've just ordered it. It should arrive tomorrow. I navigate my laptop and order a suitably well-reviewed TV online. Folia is a popular national animation that airs on Sunday mornings. The original manga is another work that Haruka-san is in charge of. I have met the author once before at a party organized by the publisher, but for a subtle manga artist like me, he is like a person above the clouds, even though we are the same manga artist. I envy him. Thank you. After that, the tense work continues, and I am able to take a breather in the early afternoon when Haruka returns to pick up her belongings. When I examine my progress over the lunch I have prepared, I find that my work is surprisingly efficient, although it must have been slow in terms of the speed I've felt. An environment where I can't slack off may not be so bad. Thank you for waiting. While I went to pick up my luggage, I also went shopping for dinner, so I'll be cooking for tonight. Haruka-san, carrying a business backpack, then unloads a supermarket bag onto the doorstep. The moment she bends over, her ample twin heels sway in a flutter. The fabric of her thin t-shirt is not enough to support the weight, and her cleavage is clearly visible through the slightly stretched collar. Oh, well, I can put the food away in the fridge. But, are you sure? I can't make you make me dinner. I deliberately lower my gaze and lift the supermarket bag, sorting through its contents, and ask. I don't mind. It's my turn to cook. So, before Konata-chan comes back, let's change the tapestry. It's a bit annoying later to her meddling in. Saying it, she opens her rucksack. Haruka-san is really all round. I know it's not something to compare, but I can't help but contrast it with the clumsy side of me. I wish I could be like Haruka-san, but I'm on the clumsy side, so that's going to be difficult. Okay. What do I do now? Well, sensei, please peel off the tapestry. I'll set it up. Roger, teacher. I am taken aback when I see what Haruka-san has in her hand. What's wrong? Haruka-san tilts her head. And nothing. Is this fashionable? Well, at least it's less oppressive than a tapestry of my manga characters. I replace the tapestry and the items Haruka-san brings, inwardly questioning myself. Lunch break eventually ends and we go back to work. Thanks to the fact that I no longer have to feel the gaze of my own characters, I am able to concentrate more and get more involved in my work. Before I know it, the evening chimes begin to ring. I'm home. And Konata soon comes back. Oh you. Welcome home. I'm back, but I told you to reply in a minute on SNS, didn't I? Why didn't you eat? I mean, this is so lame. Konata comes into the room with her phone in one hand and then frowns and spits the truth out. I knew it. It's so lame. It's been a long time since I've been able to agree with Konata's opinion with such full force. The thing that Haruka-san brought with her was a lantern with the names of places all over Japan printed on it. They are the kind of thing that are sold as souvenirs at tourist attractions. My room is so full of lanterns that I could travel anywhere in Japan just by looking round the walls. Lame. Can't you see the sibilance that oozes out of this thing? Haruka-san shrugs and looks at me like I'm a child who can't taste beer. How old are you, editor-san? Were you actually born in the Showa period? Oba-chan? I was born in Heisei with plenty of time to spare. Konata-chan is a JK too, but a bit late. It's the Showa boom now. This kind of thing is trendy in a roundabout way. Before Corona, they were popular souvenirs among foreign tourists. No, it's not trending and lame things are lame. Konata refutes without a pause. The more Haruka-san makes the shy Konata speak out, the more lame the lanterns seem to be. But the tapestries from anime are no better than the local lanterns, aren't they? What about in general? I feel like taking a survey on Twitter. As far as I'm concerned, I think they're both equally lame, but for mental health reasons, I'd rather have the lantern, so I'll leave it at that. Chmph. Well, everyone has their own taste. Haruka-san says in a triumphant, superior tone. Are you okay with this? Konata turns the water on me. Well, as long as the three of us live together, we have to compromise to make everyone comfortable. If that's how you want to see it. Konata nods with a face that shows her dissatisfaction. Well, it's already 5 o'clock, isn't it? It's a bit early, but let's get ready for dinner. Haruka-san closes her laptop and stands up. Ha! Are you trying to get into the kitchen? That's my place. When did it become hers? It's mine. Or, more precisely, my landlord's. But you're having a hard time with your studies, aren't you? It's okay to be pampered whenever you can. The main thing for a student is to study, at least until you can afford it. I say this in a soothing way. It's a convenient excuse, but it's also sincere. TSK. Suit yourself. I hear an exaggeratedly loud gurgling sound. Leave the kitchen to me. Haruka-san does not seem offended by Konata's temper tantrums and heads for the kitchen. It is around 18 when the cooking is finished. The table is laid out with hot rice and chikuzeni, simmered hijiki and miso soup with deep-fried tofu. The menu is a model of Japanese cuisine. It's certainly good, but it's brown. Even the food is like my grandma's. Konata stares at the dish with a complicated expression on her face. Itadakimasu. It's delicious. You can even cook, Haruka-san. I say, impressed. Haruka-san's cooking has a gentle taste that soothes my stomach. The menus Konata cooked for me are more Western style. I have a child's sense of taste, so I prefer Western food with an easy-to-understand flavor, but I don't dislike Japanese food either. I just follow the recipe, so it's not a big deal. Nevertheless, I'm glad it suits your palate. Itadakimasu. Haruka-san begins to eat in silence, with the same cool expression as usual. Even so, Haruka-san likes Japanese style, doesn't she? That's a bit unexpected. I have somehow had the impression that Haruka-san lives a more sophisticated, high society lifestyle, but that may have been a prejudice based on her half-Japanese appearance. It is a day that teaches me not to judge anything by outside appearance. Day 9 of cohabitation. Today, as usual, Konata goes to school and I concentrate on my comic book manuscript. Sensei, how's your progress? I think I'll manage to finish it by the end of the day. I'm sorry, I ended up finishing it just before the deadline. Is that so? Well, the web magazine is just a trial publication and we have some flexibility, so don't worry about it. Haruka-san replies in an easygoing tone and sips her green tea. Haruka-san's preference for drinks also seems to be Japanese. I still feel nervous, but I'm getting used to it and it's not as bad as it was at first. However, once I get used to it, I tend to notice unnecessary things. Since Haruka-san and I are facing each other, I can't help but often catch sight of her figure. Specifically, her collarbones, her bra that is transparent on her shirt, and the sexy coughs and gasps that leak out at random times. There must have been similar situations in previous meetings, so when did I suddenly start to be aware of Haruka-san as a woman? Can it be because this is a private space? Even though I understand in my head that I have a professional relationship between an editor and a manga artist, that title inevitably becomes ambiguous. Unlike here, if Haruka and I were to have a relationship between a man and a woman, there would be no legal problems. I know it's impossible, but suddenly such a thought crossed my mind. What am I thinking? It would be disrespectful to Haruka-san. I chug my coffee and use the bitterness to drive away insolent thoughts from my mind. I work feverishly, pressed for time, and together with Haruka-san, I make nekomanma with the leftover miso soup from yesterday and scratch it into the bowl. There's 2 types of nekomanma, rice with shavings and rice with soup. Then, in the late afternoon, the intercom rings. When I answer, it is the TV I ordered yesterday. Haruka-san, your TV has arrived. I carry the box with the TV into the room. I think the last TV that I had was a bit heavier when I bought it before, but now it's much lighter. Civilization has advanced before I realize it. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I seem to have urged you on. Just for the record, a trial run. Good. It's working fine. I connect the wires and turn on the TV. The screen is showing a vivid image without any problems. Sensei, are you the type of person who can work in the presence of sound and conversation? With or without, it's fine either way. Sometimes I work in a coffee shop with music playing. I see. Then may I leave the TV on instead of background music? Sure, go ahead. I hand the TV remote control to Haruka-san. Thank you. Without hesitation, Haruka-san presses the buttons on the remote. BS Ha. Broadcasting satellites. Is it a period drama? I haven't watched them for years. Unfortunately, period dramas on terrestrial television have become extinct. At best, there's Chishingura at the end of the year. Chingura is the title given to fictionalized accounts in Japanese literature, theater, and film that relate to the historical incident. Haruka-san says casually, but the atmosphere is somehow lonely. Even I, who is not very familiar with historical dramas, know the famous theme song. Maito Kuman is the first generation, after all. I think the withered, navel-gazing Kuman-sama has more flavor and charm as a human being. From the 4th generation onwards, I have the feeling that they are misinterpreted. In particular, I think that the macho Kuman-sama is indeed not very good. Sorry. I don't know much about it. I bow my head. I want to be able to talk about them, but I can't talk about things that I don't know. No, you are a manga artist, so you need to study manga. There's no need to be shy if you don't know anything about period dramas. But personally, I think period dramas contain the essence of entertainment that sells, so if you have time, try watching them. That sounds interesting. Do you have any recommendations for beginners? I ask her with a friendly smile. I've seen a lot of people say that reading only manga and drawing manga makes one shallow, and it's certainly better to be exposed to a variety of creative works. Yes, it is. Famous examples include Keio's Your Okami, which is a popular web series, and also a family story with road movie elements. If you have your sights set on a youth magazine in the future, I think it would be worth watching Kenkaku Shobai, as it covers all the points that tickle the self-esteem of middle-aged and older men. I think Hisatsu Shigoto Ni is a good reference for creating a spy character. If you want to draw Yakuza stories, you must watch Shimizu no Jiroko, and if you want to draw noir stories, you must watch Onihai Hankachu. Yikes. Haruka-san talks too fast for me to take notes. She really likes period dramas. I see. By the way, if it's a romantic comedy, what should I refer to? I ask, writing down only what I could hear. It is important to increase the number of creative inlets, but I should still concentrate on the work in front of me for now. Well, then, it's a genre I'm not too familiar with, but it's Korean or Chinese wave, isn't it? No, that's a plot for women, so it might not be appropriate for this magazine, whose main readers are men. I'm sorry. I talked too much about unnecessary things. Please forget it. Haruka-san's cheeks are tinted and her eyes swim. It is a rare expression that I have never seen before, and it makes me feel a little better. Eventually, the evil magistrate is defeated and the case is closed and another period drama begins. I finish revising the piece when the assassin's bandit is drowned by his wife and the ending theme is played. Haruka-san. It's done. I'm sending it to you now. Thank you. I will take a look at it. Haruka-san turns off the TV and stares at the LCD of the computer. I breathe quietly and wait for her to speak. I think it's good. Now let's put it on the web. As for revisions, we'll wait and see how the readers react. At any rate, thank you for your hard work. Haruka-san smiles at me. Nice. Thank you very much. Please continue to help me with this work. I give a small gut punch. I'm still a long way from being serialized in the magazine, but it looks like I've crossed the first hurdle. Day 10 of cohabitation. On that day, I am restless from the morning. I try cleaning the toilet and bath, taking a walk around the neighborhood, but I can't kill much time, so I return to my room. The web version update was at noon, right? In the end, I settle in front of my drawing tablet and I end up asking such an obvious question. Yes. With some back and forth. Haruka-san answers quietly. Haha, I suppose so. I let out a bashful laugh and face the drawing tablet. I am thinking about practicing my sketching or drawing a picture to post on social networking sites, but I can't get myself to do it. I lay down, get up, and circle around like a dog waiting to be fed. Sensei, I understand that you are restless, but the result will be the same whether you are in a hurry or not. So just sit tight and wait. Sorry. I bow my head. I don't want to interrupt Haruka's work, so I decide to stop working. I close the tablet, sit down on the floor and watch TV. The program is another period drama. A village headman and a corrupt merchant are in cahoots to exploit the people. The ending plays and soon, the time displayed in the corner of the screen reaches 12 o'clock. At that moment, I pick up my phone. I refresh it several times, and after a minute or so of slippage, I see that my manga has been uploaded. Just in case, I read the content, but there is no problem. Well, it's not surprising, since Haruka-san has revised it. Now I can proudly call myself a manga artist again, right? Even though I still don't know if I will be able to serialize my work in this magazine, I am very happy that my work will be published in an official medium by a proper publisher. I feel like pressing the support button for my own work, but it will be too embarrassing to support myself, so I'll be patient here. Let's just be honest and wait for readers' reactions. As time goes by, the number of views gradually increases. A few readers here and there cheered us on or added the manga to their favorites. Finally, the first feedback came in. I am a fan of your work. Your new work is very interesting. Your previous work is also divine, but you have broken new ground by challenging yourself to a new genre. The pictures have evolved even further and become more emo, and it's really great. The heroine and the hero are bound together by a chain called fate. The unrestrained praise that makes me, the author, embarrassed. But I know that username. It's Konata, isn't it? It's like half acting, isn't it? I'm convinced. I recognize her because it is the same as my account name on social networking sites. It's probably lunchtime at school by now. I can see her hurriedly typing in her impressions on her smartphone. As if her post has been a priming call, the impressions start pouring in one after another. Of course, there is no shortage of criticism, but the positive feedback seems to outnumber the negative. Haruka-san, the reader's impression doesn't seem to be bad. I see. Even from a data point of view, I would say that this initial response is superior to other readings. Really? Yes. Would you like to see the real-time data? Yes. I want to see it. Well, here you go. Please keep this information confidential. Oh, the green line on the graph is your work. Haruka-san shifts the chair she is sitting in. Thank you very much. I bend down and face the laptop Haruka-san is using. Well, that settles it. Haruka-san mumbles to herself like a scene from a period drama, gets up from her seat and heads for the kitchen. It's true, it doesn't look too bad. I don't know how to read a graph in detail, but the line is clearly at a steeper angle than the other recent lines of the new series. Good. This will lead me to the next step. NN. Relieved, I turn to leave the laptop and the names of other tabs on the browser come into view. Saburo Kitajima Music Office, Nikko Edamura, Ocha no Fuku Midorian. There are names of sites that clearly have nothing to do with manga. Haruka-san is definitely not the type to slack off. Maybe, like me, she was so anxious about the response to the new series that she couldn't get down to work. If so, I am happy. That's how much she cares about my work. Just because you're the editor in charge doesn't mean that everyone loves your work. I have corresponded with editors of other magazines, but in the end, the only one I trust enough to entrust everything to is Haruka-san. But then again, Haruka-san is a human being. I feel a little closer to her when I realize that she, who is usually so cool, gets impatient and anxious as much as anyone else. It is such an afternoon. Day 11 of cohabitation. Konata goes to school and Haruka-san also starts her work. I'm free from the watchful eye. I have to have another meeting with Haruka before I can proceed with the manuscript. In other words, today is a genuine holiday. However, I am a person with no hobbies to begin with. It is already evening when I go to a bookstore and read a new manga I am interested in. Since it is so long overdue, I cook for the first time in a while, as a way of repaying my debt of gratitude to Haruka and Konata, who have always been so kind to me. However, my skills are not good enough to cook something elaborate, so the menu is a simple dish of bacon spaghetti aglio with cabbage. I have a meal with Konata, who has just returned. It is the first time for me to feed someone a home-cooked meal, but I am glad that she says it is delicious. Haruka-san is going to be late, so I wrap it up and save it for her later. I'm back. Thank you for helping me gather the manuscripts today. In the end, she returns home after 10 p.m. This is still her fastest, apparently. I don't think I'll ever be able to become a worker. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, let me take your jacket. I take Haruka-san's suit jacket and hang it on a hanger. I'm sorry. Ooh. Pop. The moment Haruka-san touches her shirt to loosen the collar, the third button suddenly pops off. And then, I see a glimpse of light blue underwear. I look away on the spur of the moment. Excuse me. I'm sorry to show you something so unsightly. Apparently, my breasts are still growing, but I haven't had time to buy the right size clothing. Haruka-san says, covering the gap in her shirt with her left hand. No. So, this might be a reference for a romantic comedy comic, so thank you. Like that. I say flustered. Is this a good follow-up? Or rather sexual harassment? Oh, yes, it was indeed an accident, like in a sexy romantic comedy. To be honest, as a button pusher, there are few disadvantages to having large breasts, such as stiff shoulders and the tendency to get rashes. The only advantage that I can point out is that it is popular when I do the button skipping at banquets. Well, I haven't had a banquet in the last few years. Haruka-san says in such a calm tone, then turns her back and heads for the bathroom. Is that so? Are you okay with compliance and all that? I say, trying to shake off the erotic doujinshi-esque developments unfolding in my head. Well, the editorial board of the shonen magazine is a male-dominated society, so it's not always easy to be all neat and tidy. Personally, I'm not someone who is good at socializing, so if I can get away with a one-shot performance, that's easier for me. Oh, of course, when I perform, I wear innerwear, so I won't show my underwear or anything like that. Just to make sure there's no misunderstanding. With a piercing remark, Haruka-san enters the bathroom. Soon, the sound of gargling can be heard, oddly sounding somewhat seductive. She may appear serious and rigid, but it seems she also has this mischievous and flexible side. I think it's lovely to have that kind of aspect, being professional and all. Not in a sexual way, but genuinely serious. Even if I were to attend such social gatherings, I can only imagine myself being awkward. Well, so I made some dinner. Would you like some? I ask her to change the subject. Yes, I'll have some. Thank you for preparing dinner for me. No, it's pretty simple compared to Haruka-san's cooking. In many ways, I feel downhearted, so to distract myself, I reheat the spaghetti aglio and make some barley tea. After washing her hands, Haruka-san sits down at the dining table. Itadakimasu. Oh, that's right. Your work was well received by the editor-in-chief. I can't give you any assurances, but I think there is a good chance that you will get a serialization in this magazine if you make some changes. So, let's work hard together from now on. Haruka-san says as she eats the spaghetti at a steady pace. Yes. I look forward to working with you. I know you must be tired today, so let's have another meeting tomorrow or later, as soon as possible. I am in a hurry, but Haruka-san is a human being. Unlike me, who has a day off, she must be tired. It won't be right to force her to work more. I understand. I'll leave the details for tomorrow, but in the big areas, as far as I can see from the data, it seems that there are quite a few dropouts on pages 3 to 5. I was concerned about this myself, but I left it out because I thought it was a part that Sensei was passionate about, but it seems to be a tough one. I think we should cut down on the description of the cartoonist slump a bit. I'd like to reduce the monologue and keep it to a maximum of 2 pages, preferably 1. I see. I open my laptop and start taking notes. Since this manga is straight from my heart, I guess the depression I felt when I was in a slump came out with it. I guess the anguish of a depressed manga artist is no fun for readers to read. One of the readers pointed out that there was not enough tension in the story, despite the theme of confinement. This is open for discussion, but it might be a good idea to create a new third character, or even a simple mob character, and have him or her suddenly discover the confinement. Fumu, I agree with the idea of creating ups and downs in the story, but I don't want to destroy the atmosphere of a world where it is just the two of. Konata quietly does a printout of what appears to be homework. She glances at us from time to time, but never blurts out anything about her work, as she has done the day she first met Haruka-san. Is it that she is getting used to Haruka-san, or has she seen her work in practice and recognized her ability? Anyway, they are both important to me. I'm not saying that they should continue to get along, but I will be happy if they can come to terms with each other. That's what I think. Day 12 of cohabitation. The moment when I feel the biggest difference from the time when I was confined is during the early morning. Unlike those days where Konata and I were living alone in a closed space where there was no day or night, with the new addition of another person, a decent social life gathered together, the morning is not as busy as it used to be. We don't have any more toilet paper. I forgot the pace of consumption has changed. Konata comes out of the washroom in a hurry and says, "About that, I have bought some earlier. It wasn't in the usual place. That place. Under the sink. But it tends to get damp there, so I moved it to the storage space above the kitchen. I also put them in baskets because it will be a shame to leave them bare." Haruka-san sips her green tea gracefully and looks diagonally to the right in the kitchen. Haruka-san is the earliest to get up, even though she went to bed late compared to us. Since I started living with her, I feel like I'm being shown the diligence of a respectable working adult who works for a large corporation. Even though my editor calls me sensei, this manga artist is still wet behind the ears. Why did this editor take the liberty of arranging things in the room? I've got to go. My first period teacher is very strict about tardiness. Konata takes a quick glance at her phone, swallows down the words she was about to argue with Haruka-san and heads for the door. "See you later." I wave my hand. "Oh, please wait a moment. I made a bento while preparing the regular dishes, so please take it with you." Haruka-san stops Konata and runs to the refrigerator and pulls out a lunchbox. I didn't ask for it. I know that Sakuraba doesn't have a cafeteria, right? Bento from convenience stores and bread from the purchasing department are not bad, but since you are growing up, you should take meals with proper nutritional balance in mind. Haruka-san says while giving the bento to Konata. Is that so? It's a famous school, so I thought it had a fancy school cafeteria. My eyes widen at this unexpected information from Haruka-san. Of course, there are girls' schools that put a lot of effort into their cafeterias, but for this private school, Girls are designed to suit families that can prepare homemade lunches. You know a lot about it. I myself went to a similar school, though not as good as Sakuraba. Haruka-san replies smoothly, without any sign of arrogance. Many of the editors are highly educated, and that's the way it is. I don't know which high school you graduated from, but I have no obligation to be taken care of by editor-san. If Konata could only get away from sensei and go back to your parents' house, I wouldn't bother interfering. But as long as you are within my sight, I will follow my conscience and do what I think is right. Haruka-san says and pushes the lunch bag further toward Konata. Moo. I'm off. While looking away from Haruka-san, Konata grabs the lunch bag and leaves the room. Even when she is in a bad mood, she is unable to ignore the kindness of others, which is a glimpse of the goodness and gentleness of her upbringing. I wonder what kind of family she grew up in. Have you heard anything about her background, sensei? I haven't heard the full details either, but it sounds complicated. I respond with my gaze downcast. I see. If they don't care that their daughter leaves their own home, I can infer that they are the kind of parent who is not qualified to be a guardian. But I think they are equipped with at least a minimum sense of responsibility to the extent that they pay the tuition, which is not cheap. If that's the case, it's in her best interest to stay quiet and not make waves at least until she is an adult, until she leaves for college. Even if she doesn't like it inwardly, I think it would be better for her to compromise where she can and take advantage of it. Haruka-san says while typing on her laptop. I see. I stare at Haruka-san's face in admiration. Haruka-san is mentally mature, isn't she? Just the other day, I was feeling guilty for seeing Haruka-san as the opposite sex, but now that I've come full circle, I'm starting to see her as my mom. Do I have something on my face? Haruka-san notices my gaze and tilts her head slightly. Nothing, even though I'm an adult, I'm still immature and childish compared to the average member of society. That was what I thought. I think sensei is a decent person. You keep up with your deadlines and keep your reports in order. I think it is rather an advantage for a manga artist that he has not forgotten his boyish spirit. Ha ha ha, thank you. I smile thinly and bow lightly. I feel that Haruka-san's follow-up was written with the proviso for a manga artist, but let's just take it as a sincere compliment. Then it's time to get the meeting started, shall we? Please. Haruka-san gives me detailed pointers on every corner of the manuscript. Based on that, I immediately start working on it. Without any meaningless conversation, we concentrate on the manuscript. After a light lunch of rice and side dishes that Haruka-san has prepared for me, I go back to work, and the evening comes quickly. Stuck in my work, I go to the kitchen to make a cup of coffee for a change. I'm home. Just then Konata comes back. Welcome home. How was it? Haruka-san's lunch. SOSO. Konata takes the lunchbox out of her bag and puts it in the sink. She then unbuttons her sleeves, rolls up her arms and begins to wash. You finished your lunch. Great job. I look at the empty lunchbox and say, well, food is food. What about dinner? Is your editor cooking again? I don't know, Haruka seems busy. Maybe I'll make store-bought food. I can make hamburgers though. Konata scoots her chin towards the front door. There is a bag from the neighborhood supermarket there. Are you sure? I'm happy about it, though. Recently, Haruka's Japanese-style menus have been popular and I am just starting to miss meaty dishes. If it's a menu I'm familiar with, it won't take much time and I'll be fine. Konata nods. I see. Then I'll look forward to it. I make myself a cup of coffee and go back into the room. Right back to work. After a while, my dinner is ready and I pull the drawing tablet into a corner. I pick up my chopsticks and put my hand on the hamburger. Maybe it doesn't taste good. No, it's delicious. I've just been doing some thinking. I'm stuck on a manuscript. Konata's words bring me back to reality. Apparently, I've been dazed without even realizing it. Creation is, in a way, a curse. When I eat, when I go to the toilet, when I take a bath, I always have work in the back of my mind. Which part are you stuck with? Haruka-san asks. I just can't seem to keep the dating scenes realistic. I've had a few comments here and there from readers that the dates are too old-fashioned and not realistic, so I'm trying to do something about that. The dating scene is an event that did not exist in the actual confinement but was added at Haruka-san's request. Outside dating. The hero has plenty of chances to be free physically, but still he cannot escape. This is an important scene that shows that the heroine's domination by confinement has extended to his psyche. Ah, that part her. Indeed, there were some opinions like that, but as I mentioned during the meeting, I don't think it requires such significant changes that must be made. I understand, but I don't want to cut corners if I can help it. However, I'm ashamed to say that I have very little experience in romance, so I don't have a lot to draw from. On the other hand, I think it's also a bit cliché to easily cover it up with trendy goods and food. I put down my chopsticks and fold my arms. I see. If you're that particular about it, I think as your assigned editor, I should come up with some ideas. Unfortunately, I have led a life that has been devoid of such alluring events, so nothing comes to mind immediately. Give me a moment to research and gather some materials, please. Haruka-san says apologetically. Is that so, Haruka-san? Surprising for someone who seems so popular. Ha! You know what? Aren't you too forgetting something important? Haruka-san and I are all in trouble, and suddenly Konata sighs and mutters. What do you mean? Haruka-san and I look at each other and tilt our heads. I'm saying, there's a real JK here, why don't you ask her? That's right. Konata is also a girl of that age. I say that, but I get a bit confused. Given her shy nature, I have taken the liberty of assuming that she has never had any romantic experience. But in general terms, she's a high school girl, so it's not surprising that she's had a romantic experience or two. Maybe I'm a bit shocked. I didn't dare to ask the question myself because it could be considered sexual harassment, but I would be grateful if you could help me. By all means, please tell us about the reality of real dates for high school girls. Haruka-san turns to Konata and says, No, I've never been on a date either, so I don't really have any good ideas right now. I see, so Konata has never been on a date either? I'm relieved, not. What do you mean? I tilt my head, unable to grasp the point of her statement. Well, I mean, don't mangakas do interviews and do research? Konata mutters in a muffled whisper. So, does that mean Konata and I are going on a date? If I end up being wrong, I'll feel incredibly embarrassed to voice such a suggestion. Konata's cheeks turn a shade of red and she gives a small nod. Thank you. That would help me a lot. It's for the sake of your manga, so it's only natural. You don't need to thank me for something like this. No, but thank you nonetheless. I thank Konata again. Even though I know it's for research, it's exciting to be able to go out with her. I've been busy lately and with Haruka's eyes on me, I haven't had much time to get to know her. Fufu, you're welcome. I'll see you tomorrow after school, then. I'm sure the editor-san won't have a problem with this story, right? Konata takes one look at Haruka-san. Well, indeed, seeing is believing, as they say. To solve the problem, it would be an efficient approach for sensei to actually experience a date with a high school girl. Since it's about sensei's assigned work, there should be no objections. Haruka-san says as she cuts the sautéed carrots with a knife. Good. Then I guess you'll be staying at home alone and lonely tomorrow night. Konata says, smiling triumphantly. What are you talking about? I won't stay at home. I will accompany you on the date, myself. Haruka-san tells Konata as if it is a matter of default. Why is editor-san accompanying us? Well, even if it's for research purposes, there is still a possibility of misunderstandings if the two of you get too carried away. Additionally, it would be advisable to have someone take photos as visual references for the date scenes. Right, sensei? Haruka-san looks at me with a gaze that asks for my consent. Well, yes, having reference materials is undoubtedly beneficial, although I'm not sure about the presence of a third party during the date. It may compromise the intention of experiencing a one-on-one date between a high school girl and a manga artist to enhance the authenticity. It's something to consider, I suppose. I subtly express my reservations. If that's the case, don't worry. I will watch over you from a distance, out of your sight, so as not to disrupt the atmosphere of your date. However, if there is any non-compliant behavior, I will give you a warning. Haruka-san replies smilingly. Well, if that's the case, I'd be grateful for your help. I can't find any further reason to reject Haruka-san's offer, so I have no choice but to nod. You're a wimp. Konata lets out her dissatisfied murmur. I pretend I don't hear it. Day 13 of cohabitation. Are you sure you can wear something like this? Just before 15 o'clock. I stand in front of the mirror and say, I have no clothes to wear on a date. There's no way I'd wear anime characters or Chiyuni clothes, but at the same time I have no fashionable clothes for an outing. In the end, I decide to wear the mass-market clothes I'd recently bought, but I wonder if it is okay to dress in such a dowdy way. Isn't that a part of going on a date? In the first place, consulting another woman about what to wear on a date is. Haruka-san calmly replies. She is waiting a short distance away with her SLR. Right. Sorry, I'll go with this then. I mumble in determination. Rather than being nervous about being dressed in strange and unfamiliar clothes, it is better to concentrate on the date, even if the outfit is out of place. So I put on my sneakers and leave the house. Haruka-san silently follows behind me. We head towards Sakuraba High School, occasionally checking the map app on my phone. It has a nice quaint historical appearance. I'll take a picture of the exterior myself, so sensei doesn't have to worry about me, just go to the meeting point. Haruka-san says as she takes a picture of the school building. Yes. Looking forward to working with you. I walk past the main gate of Sakuraba and head towards the park nearby. In the standard manga book situation, we would probably meet at the school gate. However, a security guard is stationed in front of the school gate in Sakuraba, so we may be treated as suspicious. So we chose the park as our meeting place. The park is a deserted square with nothing but iron bars. We sit down on a bench by the playground. Oh, by the way, what should I do about the date course? It was a sudden decision, so I hadn't thought of anything. I quickly take out my phone and look up date course standard and high school girl dating, but the result is a thin summary websites or dubious pornographic websites. In the meantime, the sound of a chime echoes in the distance. Students who are leaving school crossed the Chirahora Park. Eventually, I put my phone away in my pocket as I hear footsteps approaching, running at a small pace. Did you wait long? Konata asks, a little out of breath. No, I just got here. I get up from the bench and reply, right. Let's go, then. Konata takes a deep breath and holds out her hand. Ah, yes. I take her hand slowly. Her hands are a little cold, and they are very soft. Or is it safe to hold hands? Well, if it's inappropriate, Haruka-san will intervene. Right now, she's hiding behind a tree at the edge of the park, pointing the camera at us. I feel like we're a celebrity couple being chased by a weekly newspaper journalist. Where do you want to go? Honestly, I haven't decided anything. Sorry. No plan. I look down awkwardly. Is that so? Then can we go with the date plan I had in mind? She doesn't seem offended, but speaks up with a suggestion. Oh, of course. I nod my head in one or two places. It's a bit pathetic, isn't it? I'm a man and I'm older than her, and she is taking the lead. No, but I guess it's no longer the era that guys should take the lead. This research is about experiencing dating in this day and age. Stereotypes should be discarded. Okay, we'll take the train first. Sure. We take each stop and head out to the busiest area in the neighborhood. Compared to before, there are more people around, but it's not crowded to the extent of being overly crowded. Eventually, we stop and let go of each other's hands. It is in front of a large shopping building. It is a building where subculture tenants such as Village Vanguard and Mandala X are gathered. We enter the building. Konata heads straight for the lift. When I think of a date, I have the image of hanging out and window shopping, but apparently, Konata has a clear target point. Eventually, the lift comes down. What floor? I say, settling into a spot in front of the button, trying to look as good as possible. There is no sign of Haruka-san getting on. Is she going to use the escalator? 5th floor. Okay. I press the button for the 5th floor. Soon the doors close and the lift rises without stopping, sending us to the floor we want to go to. This way, Konata says, pulling me along. Oh, boo. Seriously. An exhibition of original artwork from Foria, the 10th anniversary of the serialization? I didn't know they were doing something like this. Finally, I grasp Konata's intention. In the direction we are going, there is a dream world. Yes. You like it, don't you? Foria. Ah, yes. You know it well. Foria is a manga set in an alternate world similar to Earth, but magic is a part of its civilization. As a genre, it is a royal adventure fantasy, but it is not as simple as that, and the story has a lot of depth. It has many fans not only in Japan but also overseas, and is the signature work of the magazine I am aiming to serialize. To be honest, it's also one of Haruka-san's assigned works. Of course. After all, every time a new book comes out, he makes an exhilarating tweet. Come to think of it, it was obvious. I agree and chuckle. Speaking of how much I love it, even in the worst times when I was in a slump and didn't even want to read mangas, I love it so much that I buy the new issue on the day it goes on sale. As expected, I've been so busy with my own manga in the last few months that I haven't been able to follow up on events. Here's a pamphlet. At the entrance, an information worker offers me a pamphlet. I'll take it. Where can I buy tickets for the event? I look left and right for a payment window, but I don't see one. No, it's free. It was decided by the author of the book, who said, Immerse would never charge money at a time like this, when everyone is depressed. The guide smilingly replies, needless to say, Immerse is the name of the main character in Foria. I see. That's what I'd expect from Miro-sensei. Look, since we're here, let's get a pamphlet from him too. Then I look to the side, but before I know it, Konata is gone. I wonder if she went inside first. Thinking that, I go inside too. The first thing that drew my attention was Miro-sensei's handwritten manuscripts lined up in a glass case, where the backgrounds are too amazingly drawn. Hieroglyphics engraved on the walls of an Arabic-style palace. This script, too, is amazing, a fictional language created from scratch for his work. The level of elaboration is similar to Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, and not many authors, even in the world of mangas, have created a worldview to this extent. Which character do you like best? Konata suddenly inserts her face into the space between me and the glass case. What's this? I knew she went in first. Well, I might come across as a casual fan, but I really like the protagonist Immerse in this series. You can tell I'm into drawing manga, right? Creating a traditional, straightforward and innocent protagonist is truly challenging. They can easily come off as cheap or out of touch. On the other hand, it's difficult to garner reader empathy with a character who's too twisted or unconventional. But Immerse strikes a delicate balance. And on top of that, being a female protagonist in a shonen magazine, I'm sure the editors must have opposed it. It's amazing they managed to push this through, especially considering that he was a rookie at the time. Before Foria, having a female protagonist in a shonen magazine was considered a huge challenge. Moreover, setting the story in an Oriental-inspired fantasy world rather than a Western one was commercially avoided. However, disregarding such handicaps, Foria showcased overwhelming quality and became a massive hit, selling like crazy. If it were me, I wouldn't have been up to such a challenge. I think that even if I came up with an idea, if the editor in charge was a bit against it, I would have pulled it back immediately. I once asked Haruka-san about this, but she said she didn't know much about it, because she wasn't the editor who started the work, she took over halfway through. Konata listens intently to what I say and occasionally nods in a ministerial way. Oh no. I talk too much. A fast-talking manga book nerd is the worst move I can make on a date. Haha, does Konata like Foria too? Well, I can say I like it, but not as much as your mangas. Konata stares at me and says, Oh, okay. Thank you kindly. I scratch my head in embarrassment. My work has lost out to Foria in the eyes of the public, but I guess it's thanks to readers like her that I'm somehow able to continue as a manga artist. Afterwards, I enjoy visiting the original exhibition and enter the adjacent collaboration cafe of Foria. This is the menu. Koanta takes out a piece of paper from her student bag. She has printed it from the website in advance. They're well prepared, but there's a panel of menus set up in front of the restaurant and on the table. I wonder if it is necessary to print it out, but I soon realize the reason. I can ask for this, right? Among the printed papers is a menu, circled in red ballpoint pen. With a persistent and strong pen pressure, it's being twisted round and round, emanating an intimidating silent pressure that leaves no room for objections. It gives off an atmosphere where requesting anything else is simply not allowed. Excuse me. I'd like a glass of Meris and Halim's lovey-dovey Hermes rod juice, please. I say in a single breath. The Hermes rod is a magic wand in the shape of two intertwined snakes. In the Meris and Halim's lovey-dovey Hermes rod juice, a tropical-like juice is served with a straw designed to resemble the Hermes rod. Each snake head acts as a drinking spout. As the name suggests, it is a menu item exclusively crafted for couples, offering a 120% romantic experience. It's the kind where two people share a drink and sip nectar while staring at each other. It may be a beautiful page of youth for two high school students, but as an adult, I can't help but feel a sense of embarrassment. But it's definitely a romantic comedy date-like event. I guess Konata thought so too and went out of her way to tick the box. Okay. Would you like to borrow a Meris doll for the shoot? What? Yes. For a photo shoot. Well, I'm actually here with someone. In response to the unexpected question from the staff, I awkwardly reply, Are you with someone? The waitress asks back with a dubious expression. Yes. No, but this is for research, I have nothing to hide. I wave my hands and repeat words that sound like excuses. Is it really more unnatural than I thought, the combination of a high school girl and a dull manga artist? You understood. So, no need for the doll, correct? Please take a number tag and wait at your table. The waitress, with a forced smile, retreats to the back. It's embarrassing, even if it's for research. Wait, Konata. I look in front. There is no one there. What the hell is this? What kind of play is this? Am I starting to look like one of those people who pretend to have company even though they're alone? I can find Konata, so I have no choice but to sit down at a suitable table. I am fiddling with my phone in a somewhat irascible mood, and eventually, the drinks I ordered arrive. The waitress leaves with a number tag. Just like in the picture. As if at the right moment, Konata appears out of nowhere and sits down in the chair in front of me. Where have you been? I put my phone on the table and asked. Just picking some flowers. I see. When Konata says that, I can't go into it any further. Hurry up or we'll lose the drink's carbonation. Konata says this and puts her mouth on one end of the straw, the head of the snake on the right. Right. Well, then, let's have a drink. I put my mouth on the other, the left snake. Tropical flavored carbonation flows into my mouth. Konata's forehead and mine are so close together that they seem to be sticking. There is a sweet smell, a mixture of shampoo and antiperspirant. I don't know whether this throbbing in my chest is due to embarrassment or because I am aware of the opposite sex. If I had been an active high school student, I would have been able to honestly say it was the latter, but as an adult, my thoughts are subject to all sorts of unnecessary breaks. Suddenly, I lift my gaze a little to look at Konata. Her eyes are wide open. Instead of looking away, she stares at my face without blinking. I feel like a frog being stared at by a snake and nervous in a different way. I hurriedly gulp down my drink, using my lung capacity to the maximum. Thank you for the food. I take my mouth off the straw and wipe my mouth with a nearby paper napkin. Not enough. What? This straw is a cookie, so we can eat it. Is it not necessary to faithfully reproduce the original work? Konata lifts the straw with her finger. That's right. If those two don't fall victim to the curse there, the story will come to an end. When we come to a collaboration cafe, it's good manners to leave my shame behind and immerse myself in its worldview. Just like there's no shame in wearing a MI. In Disneyland. Right. NNN. Konata puts the end of the straw in her mouth and urges me to do the same. The straw, which has been soaked in the drink and wet, moderately moistens her lips, making them glistening and glossy. To someone who doesn't know Foria, it would look like a common poke game at a party or something. With that thought in the corner of my head, I nibble on the 2 snakes. Naturally, one of the 2 snakes is the one that I just put my mouth on. Oh, is this an indirect kiss? No, no, no. What am I thinking? Remember the scene from the original work. It wasn't such a carefree situation. Meris is pushed into a situation where she must bear the curse of 2 snakes to suppress the rampaging Hermes staff. If left as it is, she would die. However, her partner, Halim, rushes to her side and consumes one of the snakes. As a result, the curse is dispersed and Meris manages to survive. The relationship between Meris and Halim was ambiguous, whether they were friends or lovers. However, through the profound curse they share, which they will carry with them for the rest of their lives, they come to realize paradoxically that they loved each other, and it was an important scene to watch. In other words, what I was saying earlier is that if we don't fully consume this snake's straw, it would be a disappointment to the fans of the original work. If we are aiming to faithfully reproduce the original work, we should approach this scene without frivolous feelings. Saku 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 saku. The straw gradually gets shorter and shorter. What do I do when we reach the end? Should I just stop at the right moment? But in the original story, it's a bad idea to stop halfway through. While I am hesitating to stop eating, Konata's lips are coming closer and closer to mine. At that moment, my phone on the table shakes violently. I shudder down my spine, grab it with my left hand, and open it. Lip-to-lip contact is treated as lewd behavior and may be against the law. A social networking message from Haruka-san pushes to the top of the screen. I hurriedly remove my mouth from the straw. Close call. I forgot that Haruka-san is watching. If we don't both finish the drink at the same time, the world will end. Konata puts the cookie she is about to eat on the palm of her hand and mutters in frustration. Ha ha ha, well, we're not heroes like Meris and Halim. We're just not equipped to take on a curse that will determine the fate of the world. I laugh to cover it up. Is that so? Konata nods a little, throws the cookie into her mouth and chews it to bits. The chewing sound is awfully loud. It's been a lot of fun, thanks to you. Where should we go next? Next, we'll visit the art supply store on the 3rd floor, and then we'll go around Junko bookstore. For dinner, we'll have the all-you-can-eat at Kentaro. Konata replies, putting her mask back on. Oh, that sounds good. Well, let's get on with it. I get up from my seat with a rush of tension, and freeze. Certainly, the course suggested by these guys is right up my alley. If this were a holiday destination for me to spend alone, it would be unquestionably great. But as a date, is this right? What if the date is for the both of us, but we only go to places where only I can enjoy myself? Hey, where does Konata want to go? I say, slumping back into my chair again. I just said just now. No, I appreciate that you've put thought into planning a date route that I can enjoy. I'm truly grateful and happy about it. However, let's also go to the places you want to visit. It's a date for both of us, right? It's not a problem. Your desired places are my desired places as well. In that case, please tell me more about the places you want to go and things you want to try. It seems like you know a lot about me, but I also want to know more about you just as much. Okay. Konata, who swims her gaze from side to side, is silent for a moment and then nods deeply. I can't see her mouth because she's wearing a mask, but her eyes are smiling. Okay. Well then, let's go now. I get up and put the chair back in place. Konata gets up and stands quickly beside me, folding her arms naturally. Aren't you a bit too close? You'll let me do what I want, won't you? Konata tilts her head. Oh you. I can't change what I said earlier, so I'll just wing it. My elbow occasionally touches Konata's chest and I cringe. Is this okay? I'll call it provisionally safe because I haven't heard from Haruka-san. We exit the building onto a small, fashionable boulevard lined with beauty salons and cafes. In front of a women's boutique in one corner of the street, we stop. So this is it. I look into the shop and swallow my spit. It seems a bit hard to go in there in mass market clothes. But it won't look good to run away, will it? Welcome. Are you looking for a present for your girlfriend? The shop assistant talks to me with a smiling face. It's not for my girlfriend, but I still want to give her a present. Thanks to Konata, I've been able to draw manga again, and I also got to see the original exhibition of Foria. I can at least thank her in this way. I see. Do you know the size of her clothes? Why yes, you can ask her about. Konata is not here again. This is the clothes shop she wanted to come to. The shopkeeper is a bit creeped out by me, but I do my best to pick out clothes that look good on Konata and buy them. I am a little amused by the price, which is about the price of a computer. Did you buy anything? I don't know if this suits Konata's taste. I offer her the paper bag. Thank you. She takes it and hugs it. Well, I've been indebted to you, you know. By the way, Konata hasn't been around lately. Can it be that you're not feeling well? In that case, you don't have to push yourself. When Konata disappeared like this so many times, I really start to worry. Not bad. Rather, I'm fine. Konata jumps up and down on the spot. She looks really healthy. Yes. Then that's good. Next one is this way. I follow her lead and go to various shops. After a jewelry shop, we go to a Power Stone shop and then to an eatery that serves photo-worthy food, mainly cheese and meat, for dinner. I have somewhat expected to be taken to a more outrageous and abnormal store based on her usual choices in clothing and interior design. However, her choices turn out surprisingly ordinary, resembling that of a typical high school girl. As we stroll through the city, feeling a slight indigestion, the phone vibrates once again. According to regulations, minors are subject to apprehension if they are found loitering in the downtown area after 11 p.m. It is currently 9:30 p.m., so considering travel time, we should probably start heading back with some leeway. I returned Haruka-san's kind message with a stamp of Roger. Looks like it's almost time for us to go. Let's finish up at the next shop. I put my phone in my pocket and tell Konata. Then, I want to go to the store located just around the corner in that alley. I like it, and I think you'll like it too. Okay. It is a bookshop, flanked on either side by bars. In a small space of only about 6 tatami mats in total, subculture-oriented coterie magazines are displayed in a chaotic manner. Doujinshi are not 18 contraband erotic manga, but mainly pamphlets compiling maniacal personal research. In the case of Comicit, they are the kind of reference books that are distributed on the first day, not the third day. I didn't know such a shop existed. Yes. They have some interesting books that you can't buy online. Konata mutters as she covers her own face with a book titled How to Make an Aphrodisiac. Nice. I could use it as reference material for my manga. Solomon's Book of Spells, The Technique of the Roman Gladiators. When I see a title that tickles my kitchen fancy, I end up picking it up. I'm excited, and I'm absorbed in rummaging through the various shelves. Excuse me. You're Kimito Omona, right? I come to my senses when a voice suddenly calls out to me. It take a little while for me to realize that the pen name I heard was actually my own, after not hearing it for a long time. Yes. Yes. I look in the direction of the voice. A serious-looking young man with glasses was there. Looks slightly younger than me. A university student, maybe. I'm sorry for coming out of nowhere. I'm a fan of your work and I've read your new series on the app. Really? Thank you very much. I reflexively bow. If he knows what I look like, there's no such thing as a casual fan. I was interviewed when it was made into an anime, so if someone Google it, they'll find an image of my face, but if they're not interested, they probably won't know about it. Shaking hands. That's a no-no in this day and age. Can I ask you to sign my notebook? Of course, with pleasure. I sign his notebook. As an added bonus, I also add an illustration of the character. Oh, thank you so much. This is the first time I've met a famous person. I'm actually part of a manga research club at university. There are also members from the club nearby, and I'm sure they would be thrilled to meet you, so may I call them over? The young man excitedly blurts out. Yes. I nod with an affectionate smile. Soon after, these people from the Manga Research Club came and are excited to see me. I sign all of their notebooks and answer their questions, as best I can. To be honest, half of them don't seem to have read my comics, but, well, this is a good opportunity to get them interested. Well, I've got someone waiting who's coming with me, so it's about time. I say this, taking my time. With the communication skills typical of young people, there is a risk that it can escalate to a situation where I may awkwardly say, "How about grabbing a meal together later?" So, I want to preemptively put a stop to it. Even if they are my fans, I can't let them take up any more of my precious date time with this guy. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you're with a companion. I thought you were alone." I look around. Where did Konata go? Well, excuse us. The members of the Manga Research Club leave quickly. I stand there with some books in my hands. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Konata talking to anyone other than me today. Sure, it's possible to explain it away once or twice by saying she went to the bathroom, but is it really possible for her to completely disappear only when there are other people around? Could it be that Konata's existence is just a figment of my imagination? Doubts from the past resurface once again. No. But it's really unlikely, right? Haruka-san can see me, and she even messages me like this. In the meantime, I check my phone. Sure enough, there are messages left by Haruka-san. While it might be plausible to question her existence when I was mentally distressed and confined, being in the presence of a third party now makes her existence definitively clear. But wait, what if? What if Haruka-san's very existence is my fantasy? Who's going to prove that she's real? I can easily act out a social networking message or something. Even though we live in an era of gender equality, more than 90% of manga editors in shounen magazines are men. In the midst of all this, my editor is a beautiful young woman. And how is it possible that she has such a good personality that she would be so kind to such a shabby mangaka? If Haruka-san is my imaginary editor, am I delusional to think that I am a manga artist? What a cruel reality. Then let me indulge in a better fantasy. If possible, it would be nice if it could show me a dream where I am a genius writer capable of creating magnificent works like Foria. Got a good book? Ha! There you are. I pat my chest in relief. Well, there were a lot of people there. Konata says a little apologetically. I pay for the books and go outside. Summer season in the city is sweltering hot, even at night. I head for the station. I walk a little slower so as not to put too much strain on Konata. She gently plucks the sleeves of my clothes and follows me. It's a grade down from arm-holding and hand-holding. Maybe she feels guilty for leaving me alone. Just to confirm, the reason you disappeared today when I was talking to someone was because you were shy. Yeah. Because I wouldn't know what to do if someone suddenly spoke to me. It's impossible for me to suddenly talk to someone I've never met before. Konata kicks a pebble on the asphalt with the tip of her shoe and mutters. I see. You don't have to push yourself, but please spare me the disappearing act without saying a word or making your presence unknown. It's worrisome in many ways. When you don't feel like talking, at least give me a signal, like tugging on my sleeve or something. I'm glad nothing happened this time, but I can't help but feel uneasy when I imagine Konata getting involved in an accident. Sorry. No, I just hope you understand. I mean, are you okay with your regular shopping? A few days ago, you bought groceries at the supermarket, right? They would have asked you things like, do you need a bag, or do you have a loyalty card, at the checkout, wouldn't they? Because, you know, supermarkets have self-checkouts. Haircuts. I look up at hairdressers and gave a look. Don't talk to me. I just show them a random image of a model and they do a nice job. Seriously? In manga, if you say something like show me a photo of the model and cut it exactly like that, the usual punchline is that it doesn't suit you and you end up disappointed. But in your case, since you're good looking, does that actually work normally? Disappointed? Disappointed in what? That I'm such a bad girl. I'm not disappointed, but I think for your future, you should be able to talk to more people. I say what I honestly think. Is that so? Konata looks down. But to be honest, part of me is a little happy to think that I'm the only one who Konata talks to. I add, feeling a little embarrassed. Is that so? Konata looks up and folds her arms with me again. Thus we end the date. Did I get anything out of it? I won't know that until I draw a comic book from now on. Day 14 of cohabitation. When I wake up, it is already noon. I'm not an athletic person and I am still tired from walking around the city for a bit yesterday. I eat the brunch Haruka-san has left for me and briefly summarize the plot of the improvement plan based on the date interview with Konata on a single A4 sheet. I submitted it to Haruka-san, who is at work, via email. While I am doing this, Konata comes home after a half day of classes. She changes from her school uniform into the clothes I bought at the shop yesterday, and shows them off. I compliment her on how good she looks in it and we have a relaxed time, doing what we can while talking about the books we bought yesterday. When the evening time signal rings, we start preparing dinner. Haruka-san is going to be a little late, so we have dinner first. When we finish our after-dinner tea, Haruka-san returns. Sorry to keep you waiting. If you don't mind, may I explain the item while I eat? Haruka-san, who has finished washing her hands, asks me. Yes. I'm totally fine, but you should at least take your time to eat. Thank you for your consideration. However, if we consider this as a business meeting outside, it's perfectly fine to continue while eating. Haruka-san carries the cold pepper steak into the room without even heating it up and begins to eat it. So, I'm thinking of portraying the date scenes in a way where the heroine takes the lead and keeps the protagonist on their toes. It seems that lately there is a demand for heroines who lead and spoil the main character. I sit down opposite her and tell her, based on the research I had with Konata yesterday, and supplementing the information I submitted. I see. It's true that heroines with a maternal instinct who spoil the protagonist are popular, but that doesn't mean we should neglect the protagonist's independence. Shonen magazines are constructed with somewhat conservative values, so I think it will be best to stick to a classic development where the protagonist wholeheartedly escorts the heroine without introducing any unnecessary sex appeal. If the protagonist is dominated both at home and outside, it becomes too predictable of a storyline. I see. I think you're right, but if we follow that approach, it may give the impression that the protagonist is being mentally controlled by the heroine. In that case, it won't hold up as it is. Therefore, it may be more effective to initially create the appearance that the protagonist is leading, but reveal at the end that it is all orchestrated by the heroine through manipulation and coercion. This way, we can incorporate a sense of surprise and express the heroine's madness. I see. That certainly sounds more interesting. I nod, slapping my knee. That's not true. Konata next to me says in a more forceful tone, and places a cup of barley tea on the table as if to slam it down. Konata. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? I am amused by Konata, who suddenly cut in. She's been quiet lately. Why has she suddenly started to rebel so much? As your lover, I have to protect your work. Konata looks at me intently and says, when did we become lovers? Is it because we had a date? That was just for research, you know. Not true. What do you mean? Haruka-san asks, alternating between mouthfuls of white rice and pepper steak in perfect proportions. The heroine won't engage in manipulative or deceitful behavior during the dating scenes. In the first place, the heroine's principle of action is to support the hero. It's important not to forget that she is moving for the sake of the protagonist. The purpose of the date is to make the protagonist happy, not something planned for the enjoyment of the heroine herself. Maybe Konata-chan would do that, but the character in this manga is not Konata-chan, even if she is modeled on Konata-chan. If the manga were to develop as Konata-chan said, the heroine's character would be diluted, both as a horror and romantic comedy. Therefore, I reject it. Weren't you conducting research to obtain realism? The development he mentioned is closer to what happened to us yesterday. There's a difference between realism and verisimilitude. While it may be applicable in journalistic manga, in a fictional story, what is necessary is not realism but verisimilitude. What you're talking about falls under the realm of realism. Haruka-san asserts once and for all. Isn't it the job of an editor to respect the intentions of the mangaka? From what I've seen, Editor-san never seems to support his ideas and doesn't show any willingness to let him draw whatever he likes. Respecting the intentions of a mangaka and blindly accepting their statements are completely different concepts. In fact, I believe that being a good editor means being able to openly discuss even things that the mangaka might dislike or hesitate about. Haruka-san furrows her brow in annoyance and shrugs. But in the end, he's at the mercy of editor-san. Taking advantage of his good nature. Konata. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but this meeting is between me and Haruka-san. I put my hand on her shoulder and say so. I have a feeling that if I leave her alone any longer, she is going to go on one hell of a rant. But, Konata, you may be my biggest fan, but even so, you're still just a fan. If I were to allow myself to go beyond that boundary, I wouldn't be able to consider myself a professional mangaka anymore. I say it in a tone that does not allow any argument. Konata remains silent, but it's evident from the protruding lips even through the mask that she is dissatisfied. Haruka-san, I apologize. I will make sure to convey your message to her. I see. Well then, I'll take a bath now. Haruka-san says so, takes the plate she has finished eating and leaves the room. She must have read the air. As long as it's a woman who takes care of you, anyone will do. What do you mean? So I'm no longer of any use to you now that you've got a woman out there who cooks better than me, is more dexterous and knows more about comic books than I do? Don't say things that don't make sense. Haruka-san is not a replacement for you, and you are not a replacement for Haruka-san. That's obvious, isn't it? I brush off Konata's irrelevant concern. I don't understand how she can think like that at all. Then, why are you at the mercy of your editor? It's your work. It's not the editor's. That's because I have complete faith in Haruka-san's abilities as a comics editor. Why? Well, yeah, if you're just suddenly told I trust you without any context, it's hard to understand. It's a story that's embarrassing for me, so I didn't want to tell anyone, but would you listen? It might end up being a boring monologue about myself, though. I want to hear. Konata leans in towards me. Well, it's a common story. Section. After graduating from high school, I moved to Tokyo as an aspiring manga artist and immediately started bringing in manuscripts to the manga editorial department. The first one I brought in was, like many aspiring manga artists, to a certain label that was best known for its shounen magazines. The glasses-wearing, slightly overweight editor arrived 30 minutes late for our meeting. He glanced through my manga and immediately said, "The art and story have reached the minimum level expected of a professional, but it lacks individuality and is mediocre. We have high standards here." I was a bit bummed at the time, but not so much that I was depressed yet. Well, even though I was a young, egotistical teenager, I wasn't so overconfident in my abilities that I thought I would be accepted by the most competitive magazine. So I decided to take it to another editorial department as soon as possible. To be honest, except for the first one, it was difficult to distinguish the quality among the various publishing labels, so I just went from one to another based on who agreed to meet with me. The second place I approached had a bald-headed editor, who arrived on time. And then, he left behind the words, "It's neither good nor bad." It feels like a typical manga drawn by someone who just reads manga. I don't sense the author's background, so as someone looking for potential in newcomers, it's tough to consider adopting this. He then said, "My lunch break is over," and left. I didn't remember the face of the editor from the third company because the meeting time was too short. However, I still vividly remember being told, "We don't need manga that simply follow the trends without any substance." And by the time the fourth editor came and cancelled the appointment, I had lost all confidence. All the editors turned me down for the same reason, and I was devastated that it was impossible for someone like me to become a professional mangaka. To be honest, I wanted to go back to my hometown. Still, as I had already made an appointment, I thought it would be rude to cancel it now, so I headed with heavy steps to the fifth and final company. It was there that I met Haruka-san. Haruka-san, who spent about 5 times longer reading the manuscript than other editors, finally spoke. "Thank you very much. To cut to the chase, I believe you have something special." Seriously. I stood up, unintentionally startled. When you submit, It means it's your most confident work, right? Why are you surprised? And no, you're right, but I've been told by editors at other publishers that I have no personality, that I'm not growing, that I'm just following the top trends and so on, and I've lost confidence. I scratched my head and sat down on a chair in the lobby. This manga isn't just a haphazard depiction of a typical story, right? It's just that the theme you wanted to portray had already been overused. The mediocrity of the art is a result of aligning with the world setting, but it doesn't mean you can't draw anything else, right? The draftsmanship is done properly, and I don't think you took shortcuts with these designs. Perhaps you were too skillful, and as a result, it was seen as a generic copy. I'm not sure if I'm skillful, but it's not like I'm fixated only on this genre. There are various things I want to draw. The story may not be well developed, but when it comes to character designs, there's this one, and this one too. I took out a sketchbook from my bag and appealed to Haruka-san. I see. I understand. You are straightforward, aren't you? I believe that's a virtue as a manga artist. If being ordinary means being on the better side of normal, then that's a good thing. Thank you. However, is there such a thing as being normal in a positive sense? It might be a biased view, but I always had the impression that manga artists needed to be unique or have a distinct personality to succeed. That's true. Since there is no available data on the personality traits of manga artists, it's difficult to say. However, if we assume that all manga artists have unique personalities, then within that group, someone who is normal would indeed be considered to have their own distinct personality. Haruka-san said in a calm tone. When I saw her enveloping, gentle smile, I decided to follow her for the rest of my life. But in the end, my debut novel, which was based on that manuscript, didn't sell so well that I laughed. Actually, I heard from other people that my debut work was the first project for Haruka-san since joining the company, and I deeply regretted tarnishing her career. I vowed to throw away my pride and attachments and draw a work that would sell no matter what. The debut work that I drew the way I wanted was not appreciated. So for my next work, I suppressed my own opinions as much as possible and fully embraced Haruka-san's suggestions. I had no choice but to rely on what she praised as my honesty and give it a try. As a result, it unexpectedly became a huge hit, even receiving an anime adaptation in the late-night time slot. I tried incorporating about 50% of what I wanted to draw in my third work, thinking that I had gained some skill, but unfortunately, it was cancelled. It wasn't a complete failure, but the sales weren't enough to sustain it for a long time and I could only continue up to the third volume. Section. So, if it weren't for Tanaka Haruka, I wouldn't have become a manga artist, and the works that Konata likes wouldn't exist in this world. She respects my work more than I realize. I think it's better for her to take the lead and have control over the work rather than me trying to assert my individuality. That's why I accept her opinions. Some may possess an abundance of talent and thrive with any publisher or editor they work with, like true geniuses. But I am not on that side. That's why, as long as Haruka-san and Flare Comics need me, I am willing to give it my all and dedicate myself to them. I particularly enjoy your first and third works where you express yourself strongly. Didn't you hear the story? I tried, but it didn't sell. Still, I want you to paint what you want to paint, however you want to paint it. I'm really happy to have fans who say that, but I'm a full-time mangaka. I can't make a living unless I sell a certain amount. I laugh and say so. In fact, this is not the first time I have received this kind of feedback. It's a strange thing about comics. The more unsuccessful a comic is, the more it is supported by a strong fan base. Then I'll feed you. If that's the case, then I'm not a manga artist, but just a freeloader. Will you continue to be a fan of mine, even though I'm no longer a manga artist but just a freeloader? That's... Konata folds her arms and turns over. She gave up. Anyway, it's great that you provide your honest opinions as a fan of my work. In fact, I welcome it. However, when it comes to commercial serialization, I will listen to what Haruka-san says. Not for Haruka-san's sake, but for my own sake, this is something I cannot compromise on. Understand? Okay. Konata nods quietly. Water droplets drip from the outside of the cup and wet the table. Day 15 of cohabitation. The work is going well. From the start, it is more like fine-tuning rather than fundamental revisions to the overall work. And the concerns I had about the dating scenes are resolved through first-hand experience during my research. I can understand the emotions people feel when going on a date, not just intellectually but also through a sense of intuition. Additionally, thanks to the reference materials that Haruka-san provides, I am able to visualize the scenes more easily. At this rate, I should definitely be able to meet the deadline. When I have the objective in sight, I can afford to be more attentive to my surroundings. Is Konata perhaps depressed? After returning from a makeup class, she is sitting quietly in the corner of the room with her textbook open. It's business as usual, but the atmosphere is somehow lonely. Maybe I spoke a little too strongly yesterday. Looking at her, I feel as if I can't leave her alone like a puppy that has been abandoned. But I can't let her be directly involved in the serialization project. No, wait. Maybe I don't have to get involved. Haruka-san. In order to realize the idea that suddenly struck me, I call Haruka-san. What is it? Haruka-san looks up from her computer. At the moment, things are going pretty well schedule-wise, aren't they? Yes, it is. We have a deadline in 2 weeks' time, but I think we have roughly a week to play around with. Haruka-san nods. If that's the case, I have a suggestion. How about publishing an alternate route of the story titled A Manga Artist Kidnapped by an Unknown High School Girl on my social media as a hobby project, completely separate from the commercial serialization? Would it be okay? An alternate route, I see. Indeed, in recent times, web marketing is crucial for manga as well. If you have the capacity, I would appreciate it if you could take on that project. Thank you very much. Haruka says smilingly. Thank you for your permission. Then I'll draw it in my spare time from work. I say this and glance at Konata, but she doesn't seem to have noticed my intention. Oh, but I'm a little worried. Even though it's a hobby, it's something that will be shown to everyone, so I wish I had someone to seek advice from. But I can't exactly consult with Haruka-san about non-work matters. Is there anyone out there, someone like a devoted fan of mine, perhaps? I mutter to myself, so deliberately. Emmy. I'll do it. Konata sits up and throws herself in front of me, acting like an expert Karuta cards player. I see. That's a relief. I feel reassured knowing that a dedicated fan like you will provide advice. It's definitely going to be good. Konata says confidently and looks up at me. Oh you. I'll do my best. But only to the extent that it doesn't interfere with your schoolwork, okay? Okay. And editor-san. Konata stands up there, puts her hands on her hips and glares at Haruka. What is it? Haruka-san meets her gaze head-on. I want you to compete with me. Compete. If his manga, which I supervised, gets 10,000 likes on social media, I want him to let me draw it a little more as he likes. Konata, this is the main series. I know. I'm not necessarily asking for specific changes to the content of the serialization. I just want you to recognize that your own uniqueness is even more wonderful than you think, both from the perspective of the editor and from your own perspective. Konata says pleadingly. Apparently, she believes in my personality more than I do. I wonder if all fans are this warm. Fine. Haruka-san nods easily. Are you sure? I ask her. Of course. There's no real harm in the conditions Konata-chan set out, and even if it's not your main job, you should still have a target. Haruka-san says calmly and goes back to work. It is a bit unexpected, but it is certainly better to have a goal. Even though it's a hobby, let's try to make it enjoyable for lots of people. Well, should we get on with it and come up with a concept for the web version? I ask Konata. I'll think about it. Konata nods carkily. Thus, I end up making a web version with her. Day 16 of cohabitation. In the end, it is agreed that I will draw the manuscript for the main serialization during the day and work on the web version after Konata comes home from school. I want a reason why the high school girl becomes obsessed with the manga artist. Just being a fan seems a bit weak to lead to confinement. I think there should be something special that sets her apart from other fans. Night. I mutter to myself as I lightly tap my sketchbook with a pencil. Yesterday, after discussing it with Konata, we decided to strengthen the horror elements to distinguish it from the romantic comedy serialized version, but I don't know how to do it. Destiny from a previous life. Konata responds immediately. Reincarnation. It's a classic, not to mention Phoenix. Personally, I like it because it has a distinct Japanese feel, with a sense of impermanence and transience. There's a lingering quality to it. Yes, if it's a reincarnation thing, it's all the rage these days and I think it's going to be popular. Phew. Haruka-san lets out a chuckle. What? Konata glares at Haruka-san. No, excuse me. Don't mind me, carry on. Haruka-san bows her head lightly and returns to her work. I have a question about a proposal for one development. Konata says in a slightly hesitant voice. Like what? To emphasize the horror elements, don't you think there's a lack of enemies as it is now? Not enough enemies. The main character's enemies are the high school girls who lock him up, right? The heroine is on the hero's side, right? Konata tilts her head. No, the viewpoint character in this story is the hero, so he don't realize until the middle of the story that the heroine is locking him up to save him. Even if it is, isn't it standard in battle stories that after facing one enemy, new and stronger enemies appear one after another? Well, yeah, that could work. So, I guess it would be like this. At first, the protagonist thinks the heroine is the enemy, but then realizes that she is actually an ally, while being attacked by various other people. That's right. For example, a former classmates who still contact him regularly even though it's been more than 5 years since they graduated from high school. The woman at the flower shop who persistently sends him message cards even though he only bought a bouquet of flowers once 2 years ago for a drawing. The waitress at Kentucky's who remembers this manga artist's favorite part and serves him every time he goes there. The waitress, the editor, and all the women around this mangaka, except the heroine, are enemies. I nod in agreement and Konata begins to talk like a fish in a barrel. The examples are all very specific. I'm not sure if she has any specific recollections or not. You mean like the Truman Show? The whole thing was a setup. It could work as a horror story, right? The protagonist is chosen by a 6-dimensional life form as a messianic figure to elevate humanity to higher dimensions. The opposing Ball faction, wanting to hinder this, sets honey traps to strengthen the chains of the physical body. However, the heroine is connected by fate, capable of guiding the protagonist with true love, and, wait a minute. I'll write it down now. Her ideas do not stop flowing. Well, it seems that some excessive elements will need to be cut, but the general direction seems to align with what Konata is saying. I can't say for certain, but the benefit of posting the manga on SNS is that I can easily give it a try. If it doesn't work out, I can always take it down. So, for now, why not give it a shot and see how it goes? Day 17 of cohabitation. Working on the manga again today. I submitted the completed part to Haruka-san and am waiting for feedback. I am also trying to draw the manuscript for the social media version. Well, since jumping right into the main story is a bit daunting, I decide to work on a digest version of the story that captures the atmosphere I mentioned yesterday. It's a short manga, about 2 pages long, crafted in the style of a typical movie trailer. I immediately upload the manga to social networking sites with the words experimenting. Although the response is not particularly enthusiastic, by the evening, around the time Konata returns home from school, there are a few comments attached to it. Danda respect, perhaps? I am slightly concerned about his mental state. I think he might like Tump or something like that. The reaction is not very subtle. Many commented that they are more puzzled than disapproving of it. So it doesn't look like it's a good idea to go with the concept as it is. I aim my smartphone towards Konata and subtly express some reservations while showing the actual comments. Is that so? Sorry. To be honest, I don't really know much about social networking trends and stuff. Konata looks down and says, seriously? She's been hacking my computer and stuff so much. No, knowledge of online stalking and knowledge of creating manga that goes viral on social media are separate issues. Well, don't worry about it. Let's try some things. I just say it in a casual manner. Okay. I'll study what comics are popular on social networking sites. Just give me a minute. She says this and turns to her own phone. Sensei, it seems that your conversation over there has finished. May I go back now? Haruka-san speaks to me as if she has timed it well. Oh, yes. Of course. Work takes priority. Don't worry about us and feel free to come in anytime. No, checking the manuscript didn't take up much time. As for the manuscript, what you submitted is almost okay. I've made some comments directly on the manuscript regarding the finer details, so if you can take a look at those, it will be great. Thank you very much. I nod and check the digital data sent by Haruka-san. This one is still going well. Konata is raising her eyebrows and shaking her body. It is the kind of scene that, in a manga, will make you want to add the sound effect gununu. I think it will be reckless to compete with professional Haruka-san in terms of editing work. However, I am hesitant to dampen her enthusiasm, so I can't say anything more than that. Day 18 of cohabitation. Immediately, Konata starts studying the tips for creating manga that go viral on social media, putting her words into action. She has been fiddling with her phone with a piece of bread in her hand since morning, and after coming home from school, she has been staring at social networking sites, taking notes on a loose-leaf paper. I don't understand. Why? Konata glances at her phone and tilts her head every so often. What's wrong? I've been comparing some of the more buzzworthy mangas with some of the less buzzworthy ones, and there's one that I just can't agree with. Well, let me see it. I turn my body to the side and turn to face Konata sitting next to me. I can't give any advice when it comes to fashion or study, but I am indeed confident when it comes to mangas. I'll start with this one. The drawings are beautiful, and the story has a clear beginning and end. Konata points the screen of her phone at me. Indeed. The artwork is above average, and the manga is meticulously crafted, following the principles of storytelling. I nod my head as I flip through the pages. The subtle and delicate moments of excitement that one feels in everyday encounters with the opposite sex are well expressed. Right. So, this one is next. Fum. I understand now. I proceed to read the next manga presented to me, and I am at a loss for words. Breaking through the warning label that said contains sensitive content, what awaits me as I flick further is explicit erotic artwork. This is hitting the edge of the line. I'm risking the possibility of having my account suspended if I'm not careful. Unlike the previous one, the artwork is mediocre, and the ending is abrupt. Yet, this one is overwhelmingly going viral. Why is that? Well, indeed, the drawing itself is more precise than the previous one. But in this one, the coloring is skillfully done. As for the story, it deliberately leaves out certain details, allowing the readers to use their imagination to fill in the gaps. I do my best to answer euphemistically and competently. Of course, it won't be appropriate to straightforwardly respond to the beautiful high school girl, saying, this one is going viral because it's more lewd. That will be considered sexual harassment. Well, in the first place, the popularity of erotic content doesn't necessarily correlate with the skill of the artwork. Even if the drawing is slightly off, it can be compensated by the coloring. Moreover, there's often a focus on the situation and ideas rather than just the art itself. But wouldn't the average reader not understand those details like coloring techniques or technical aspects? And when it comes to the story, shouldn't manga that focus on clarity and provide detailed explanations be more popular these days? Well, that may be true for general comics, but in this case it's a special case. Even non-professionals can differentiate between good and bad erotic manga. Setting aside technical aspects, what's important in an erotic drawing is that it gets between your legs. But this is a feeling that requires you to be a man to understand. I don't know how to explain it logically. Since it seems difficult for sensei to express, allow me to answer instead. While we can come up with various explanations, ultimately, the difference between manga that goes viral and those that don't is simply because the former effectively portrays sexually arousing imagery and situations compared to the latter. In short, it's because it's erotic. Even if the artwork is only moderately skilled, it can't surpass erotic artwork. Content that caters to people's desires is simply strong in its simplicity. Haruka-san stands up, holding an empty teacup, and glances at me before speaking. Is that so? I think so, I say, covering my face with both hands. I don't do anything wrong, but I feel embarrassed as if the very nature of being a man is being blamed. I understand why there's a buzz about it. But his comics can be read by a lot of people without resorting to such easy means. I agree with you on that point. Eroticism is strong, but there is also a fixed upper limit to sales, so I want Sensei to push through to even greater heights. That's the first time we've ever agreed on something, Haruka-san says and heads for the kitchen. Let me gather some more information. Konata glances at her phone again and says, "Oh, you, go ahead and do as you please until you're satisfied." I shout defiantly, letting it all out. If it has come to this, then let's stick with it until the end. Day 19 of cohabitation. Eru Eru Nita. Eru Eru Nita is one of the methods of entertainment that invites laughter by citing trivial things that many people experience in their daily lives and gaining the audience's sympathy. In my hand is a stapled loose-leaf report. It is all handwritten by Konata. Judging from how she approached me with great vigor upon returning, it seems she has quite a bit of confidence. Yes. Eru Eru Nita. It's popular on video sites and social networking sites, right? Indeed, Eru Eru Nita's mangaka jokes have a reliable popularity. Will you be including it in your work as well? Eru Eru Nita with experiences in confinement will indeed have very few people who can relate to it. According to the survey results, it is found that there are too many rivals in the mangaka Eru Eru genre. Manga artists who are struggling for material tend to resort to mangaka Eru Eru as a quick solution, right? Konata shakes her head and says, "It's true that they tend to draw it because it doesn't require any research and it's popular with editors and peers in the inner circle." My ears hurt. What are you going to make it into then? There's a kind of Eru Eru of high school girls. Isn't a high school girl, Eru Eru, pretty overused too? Eru Eru scenarios thought up by middle-aged men are common. However, when it comes to Eru Eru scenarios imagined by actual high school girls themselves, they're not as remarkable. While essay-style manga may work, it's especially challenging with story-driven manga. Konata, that is something you may think but shouldn't say out loud. Well, in order to make the characters realistic and relatable, it might not be a bad idea to include some high school girl stuff. Right. So I've compiled the certain stories I've thought of into that report, so feel free to use them. Is that so? I'll be grateful for it. Phew. I'm going to cook dinner. Konata looks up at the ceiling, expressing a sense of accomplishment and then heads towards the kitchen. Oh you. Thank you very much. I say that and flip through the report. High School Girls Eru Eru Part 1. They tend to worry about their fortune-telling. Oh you. Sounds very high school girl-like. They tend to investigate the identity of the fortune-teller when the result is unfavorable. And they tend to believe in curses. Is that so? Is that how high school girls are? High School Girls Eru Eru Part 2. High school girls tend to cause traffic jams with their chauffeured Benzes in front of the school gate. Occasionally, the sight of a Prius is cute and comforting. No, this is limited to Sakuraba. Most students go to school by train or bicycle, right? I rush into it in my mind. Well, it may be possible if it's an Ojusama's Eru Eru. High School Girls Eru Eru Part 3. High school girls tend to develop feelings for older men. This one is kind of teenage-ish. They tend to become curious about every aspect of him and collect things like his hair or used tissues. No, this one's crazy too, isn't it? Come to think of it, when I was locked up, Konata used to stuff my hair in a plastic bag with a zip. After that, this girl's High School Girls Eru Eru goes on until about 20 of them. I personally don't feel that any of them really fit, but since I have no knowledge of the life of a high school girl, maybe this is how it actually is. I've already submitted the serialized manuscripts, and Haruka-san is at work and won't be responding for a while, so I'll just draw them when I can. For now, I decide to compile them into a 4-panel manga in a Kiri style, excluding any obviously risky topics, and see how it goes. Experiment 2. High School Girls Eru Eru Tropes. Might delete soon. With this precautionary title, I upload it to social media. The 4-frame comic is easy to understand, and the response is rather immediate. Is this really a high school girl's eru? There was a buzz for a while about an essay comic about being a psycho, wasn't there? Is it a variant of that? If an Ojusama of a high school girl stalker is real, I can dream. So, there is a possibility that Omana-sensei is a black-haired, long-haired beautiful high school girl. But in reality, attachment of video clippings of my interview. That's because Omona-sensei is shy and didn't want their face to be exposed to the public, so Omona-sensei hired a substitute who looks similar to take their place. Kudona Jayahausen. An information battle waged by those who like them in order to obtain products, mainly goods and tickets for otaku, that are limited in sales volume and sales area. If the author is really a high school girl, then she's completely inexperienced in life. It seems that while it may work as a 4-panel comic, it's not well received as an eru joke. I should delete this comment soon, as it may hurt Konata's feelings since it was she who created it. Soon after, our food is ready and we sit down at the table. Today, it's meat and potatoes. It looks delicious. The fact that the menu is slightly Japanese is probably in response to Haruka-san. And from Haruka-san, I receive a message saying, "I'm not sure if I can come back tonight, so please don't worry about me and go to sleep." She seems to be busy with something. Did you draw the manga? Ah. I tried turning Konata's ideas into a 4-panel comic and uploaded them, but it seems to be somewhat underwhelming. Even though they're all referred to as high school girls, there are regional differences and variations based on whether it's a prestigious school or not, so there are various different perspectives and positions. I reply a little deceptively. That's true. I'm sure high school girls in rural areas are different from those in urban areas, and even among Kansai and Kanto regions, there are differences. Sorry. I failed again. Konata cracks open a chunky potato with chopsticks and looks down on it. No, I don't think the concept itself was bad. In fact, the response from readers was better compared to the first one about reincarnation. There has been gradual improvement, so things are getting better. I make a follow-up. I know. Let's do our best. Konata says with a pursed lip. After finishing dinner, we continue to brainstorm new ideas. Haruka-san doesn't come back home. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Day 20 of cohabitation. It is after midday when Haruka-san returns. Welcome back. Were you up all night, by any chance? She is always so aloof that it is difficult for her fatigue to show, but even so she cannot hide her red, bloodshot eyes. I apologize for causing you concern. It may be sudden, but it seems I won't be able to return for a while. I'm truly sorry. Haruka-san does not answer my question, but bows deeply. The atmosphere is unusual. I'm not sure if there's some kind of trouble. The thing about living together is totally fine, but the manuscript is. The manuscript from Sensei is already at a level where it can be presented in the planning meeting, so if you can just fix the parts that were changed previously, there should be no problem. If anything, the fact that we have been living together has increased the frequency of our interactions, and I may have ended up interfering too much. Haruka-san is busily stuffing her belongings into her carry-on bag. If Haruka-san just needs to contact me, whether it's by phone or email, there is no need for her to come all the way here to deliver her message. I understand. Would you like to have at least the sandwich Konata made before you go? Thank you for your concern. But I'm in a hurry, excuse me. While bowing again, she pulls her carry-on bag and hurriedly leaves the house. Haruka-san seems to be going through a tough time. I wish I could help in some way, but I'm just a manga artist after all. If I had been her colleague, there might have been something I could have done. However, I'm not an editor but just one of the manga artists she works with. I'm just a business partner, nothing more, nothing less. The most I can do is to give her the manuscript as soon as possible and reassure her. So I conclude, and start working on the manuscript for the serial. After an hour or so, I suddenly feel the urge to urinate. I might have overhydrated a bit just because it's summer. I get up from my seat and walk quickly to the toilet. On my way back to my room after doing my business, I suddenly feel a strange sensation at the edge of my vision. Is this a smartphone? That was close. I almost stepped on it. It must be Haruka-san's. It's not my phone and it's not Konata's phone either. Then, by process of elimination, it can only be Haruka-san's. Judging from the location, it must have fallen from her pocket when she was sitting at the entrance trying to put on her shoes. She must have been in a great hurry. What should I do? Haruka-san must be in trouble. At any rate, I should call the editorial office. I check the email sent by Haruka-san and call the contact number listed at the end, just to make sure it hasn't changed. I'm a bit nervous. Hello. This is the Flare Comics editorial department. Excuse me. My name is Kimito Omona. Could you please put me through to the editor in charge, Haruka Tanaka? Yes, I understand. Please wait a moment. The caller can be heard on hold. Yes. This is Tanaka. The voice I eventually hear is completely different from the voice I am used to hearing. Specifically, it is a light male voice. Excuse me, but you're not Haruka-san, right? Are you Shuji Tanaka, by any chance? I guessed. There are two Tanaka-san in Flare Comics. That's why I mentioned Haruka-san by her full name. Yes, that's right. I guess the new assistant misunderstood and gave you my contact information when you asked for Tanaka. Sorry about that. It seems like many young people these days struggle with phone conversations. I even thought of, why did Omona-sensei call me? I see, maybe my voice was a bit quiet too. So, where's Haruka-san? She's currently unavailable. If you have a message, I can relay it to her. What's the matter? Thank you very much. After our meeting at my place, it seems like Haruka-san forgot her smartphone here, so I thought it would be best to contact her as soon as possible. I'm not sure if Haruka-san has mentioned that we're living together, so I give a safe excuse to him. I see. I'm sorry you went to the trouble of contacting her. That's an unusual mistake for her. He says this with exaggerated emphasis on the unusual mistake part. I intend to defend Haruka-san, but this kind of mistake is indeed the first I've seen. Well, that's true. Well, it seems like Ario-sensei has it harder, so these things can happen, right? Ario-sensei? Why's that? Did I say something I shouldn't have? My bad. Can you pretend you didn't hear it? Tanaka-san says in an awkward voice. Among editors, there are light-spoken ones and heavy-spoken ones. Haruka-san is the latter, while he is the former type. No, when it comes to a renowned author like Ario-sensei, it's not something that can be easily forgotten. It will bother me till I can't sleep, so please tell me, I say in the tone of an evil merchant flirting with an evil lord. If I ask Haruka-san herself, she will never tell me, so if I want to get information, now is the time to do it. That's right. Well, actually, between you and me, it seems that Ario-sensei's manuscript is about to drop. Tanaka-san mutters in a hushed voice. That Ario-sensei? I exclaimed, my mouth gaping open. While it's rare for regular manga artists to take a break citing author interviews, Ario-sensei is famous for never having dropped a manuscript in the 10 years he has been serializing his work. What on earth happened? Well, I haven't heard the details, but it seems that the chief assistant suddenly left with a veteran assistant, causing quite a commotion. Goo-wah. I see. That must be tough. Not all manga artists rely on assistants, but in the case of Ario-sensei's work, which is a high-cost fantasy with intricate details, it would be difficult to maintain the serialization without assistance. So it seems that Haruka-san is doing her best to support him in that aspect. Yeah, it would be a big problem. If a flagship author like Ario-sensei were to have their serialization dropped, it wouldn't be surprising for our circulation to drop by 20%, and it could become a matter of responsibility for the editor in charge. Oh, by the way, please keep this off the record. No problem. I say this as calmly as possible, but inside I am upset. To be honest, I don't think it is that important. Then, I'll let her know about the smartphone when she comes back. Is there anything else? No. All good. Is that so? Oh, I found Sensei's one-shot story interesting. I'm looking forward to your new works. Well then, excuse me. The caller hangs up, leaving appropriate words of praise. It is less than an hour later that Haruka-san returns. Sensei. I apologize once again. Thank you for your hard work. Here. I hold out Haruka-san's phone. Thank you. Haruka-san quickly checks her phone and presses her eyes. It must be challenging to find an assistant for a Ryo-sensei. I wish there was something I could do to help, but I'm not a well-connected person. Embarrassingly, I'm not particularly skilled in communication either. Despite occasionally forgetting due to my current situation, I'm ultimately an indoor recluse with a tendency to be extremely shy. Why did you bring up the matter about a Ryo-sensei? Oh, was it Tanaka who answered the phone? In that case, I suppose he wasn't very discreet. Haruka-san says with an expression of bitterness. Just to clarify, since this is off the record, please don't blame Tanaka. But speaking of a Ryo-sensei's assistant, I remember the conditions being quite favorable. Oh, here it is. The hourly rate has increased since the last time I saw it. It's about 3 times the market average. With these terms, there should be plenty of applicants, right? I say, opening a website for assistant jobs on my computer. Nowadays, manga assistants, like other professions, can find jobs on the internet. Generally, it is more common for manga artists to personally hire assistants and determine the employment conditions, although there are cases where the editor may provide referrals. That's true, there are many applicants, but... Haruka-san mutters in a tone of implication and averts her gaze. Well, you're just unlucky. I say comforting words in an attempt to console her. I can only offer such cliched words of comfort because I don't know the details of the situation. No, this was more of my mistake than luck. Haruka-san chuckles. Is that so? When Haruka-san says that to me, I can't say anything more. It's hard to believe that she would make such a mistake that would cause all the assistants to resign simultaneously. However, I don't have the right to delve any further into the matter. While I am thinking that, Haruka-san's smartphone rings. I apologize for the inconvenience. I've been quite busy, but may I take my leave now? Haruka-san takes one look at her phone and says, yes. I'm the one who's sorry. I've held you up with idle chatter. No problem, I'm glad you can help with the smartphone. Well then, take care. Haruka-san stands up and turns on her heel. She puts the phone to her ear and heads for the doorway. Yes. No. Well, yes. I understand your feelings, but that's a bit too much. I can only watch in silence as her strained voice gradually fades away. That's why Haruka-san might not come back to this house anymore. Evening. I report what had just happened to Konata, who has returned from school. Is that so? Konata does not react in any particular way, but spreads her textbook on the desk. You don't seem very happy. I thought you would be even more delighted when she left, considering that you don't get along with Haruka-san. Tun. Konata mutters as she runs her pencil over the printout. Tun. I'm glad Editor-san is gone, but seeing you looking sad makes me sad too. So, it's 50-50. I see. Do I have such a face? Yes. Sorry. It can't be helped if I'm depressed. I massage my own face to get myself back on track. After working on the serialization for a while, eating the dinner Konata prepared and discussing the webcomic version on social media, it is already past 10 o'clock. Let's check my email before I go to bed. I open my computer. Of course, I have a mail app installed on my smartphone, but I have disabled notifications from anyone other than specific individuals, my family and Haruka-san. This is because I can't concentrate on my work if my phone rings every time I receive an unnecessary email. This is an advertisement. This is spam. Put it in the junk folder. Advertising. Spam. I mechanically stop my fingers from clicking on the emails. Do you want to be my assistant? Ario Milo. A rather frank title for a job offer. But the pen name attached to it is something I can't ignore. Is this real? Maybe it's just spam? No, but I've never heard of spam using the name of a famous manga artist. Just to be safe, I'll search the email address on Google. For the time being, there seems to be no danger. I open the text. Hello there. It's me, Milo. Yeah, it's been a while, but we talked at the award ceremony party, right? And that after party at the cheap, mass-produced izakaya that the publishing company booked. The Ishikari nabe was absolutely terrible, wasn't it? I still have nightmares about it occasionally. Well, back then, I remember you saying that you really liked Foria. So, are you still a fan of my work, Omona-sensei? If you are, I'd like you to be my assistant. It's a hassle to type emails. You can add me as a friend on Discord using the account below. See you later. This is him, right? I am convinced. The legendary afterparty, which was extremely unpopular with the mangaka of the Flare comics. In short, it felt like a reservation made by a cash-strapped college student who thought, as long as it comes with all you can drink, it'll be fine with a series of poorly made dishes of low quality. I didn't have much complaint since I have a simple palate, but there were discussions among some manga artists about the precarious financial situation of Flare comics. However, I cannot confirm whether these discussions actually took place or not. Well, knowing this implies that I was at least involved in some capacity. Seriously, what happened? Konata, with a toothbrush in her mouth, tilts her head. Ario-sensei asked me to be his assistant. I mutter, my voice trembling. What are you going to do? Konata rinses out her mouth, spits it out into the sink and says, normally, it would be appropriate to contact Haruka-san, but if I do that, the discussion about the assistant will definitely come up. I can just see Haruka-san saying something like, I can't let the sensei cover my own mistake. Anyway, I'd like to hear the details. I reply to Ario-sensei, expressing my intention to have a meeting by tomorrow, although I cannot give an immediate confirmation at the moment. Shortly after, I receive another email from Ario-sensei, stating, contact me on Discord anytime within the next 24 hours. I wonder when does Ario-sensei even sleep? With such thoughts in mind, I lie down on the bed. That night, I feel a mixture of excitement and nervousness, as if the day before a school excursion and an important exam had arrived simultaneously. It takes me a while to fall asleep. Day 21 of cohabitation. The next day, after seeing off Konata, I find myself lost on when to contact Ario-sensei as I absent-mindedly continue my tasks. After much deliberation, I decide to open the communication software and send a message using the chat function around 10 o'clock, which is typically when most companies have already started their workday. I type, Ario-sensei, are you available now, and send it. I immediately receive a call from Ario-sensei, and I put on my headset. Hey there. It's been a long time. About 5 years, I guess. The cheerful voice I hear over the call is as easygoing as if it were that of a close friend from school. It's true that it's been about 5 years, just as Ario-sensei said. In the past 2 years, social circumstances haven't allowed for parties to be held, and 3 or 4 years ago, I was busy with illustrating anime adaptations, so there was no time for parties. Yes. To be honest, I was surprised when I got the email out of the blue. Is that so? I can relate to that. I've asked Haruka several times to introduce you as my assistant, but she turned me down. So, I thought, why not just tell you directly? Through the headset, a crisp, clicking sound can be heard. A sound I know well. She is probably still painting her artwork. I see. But why choose me as your assistant? For now, can you read this? Ario-sensei attaches an image to the chat bar. It's Ario-sensei's handwritten manuscript. But that's not it. I just got carried away with excitement. The manuscript depicts a hooded, assassin-like man holding a piece of paper. The characters were, of course, in a fictional language of her own creation. The water in the oasis is laced with poison. I answer immediately. Yes. You understand this much, right? Of course you do, if you're a fan of mine, right? Who knows? I'm a big fan of Ario-sensei, so I bought fan books and stuff, and I could answer because I understand the linguistic principles of Folia. But this is about general assistance, right? This one. Alright, how about this one next? Try translating it from Japanese to Alscub language and draw it in that style. Ario-sensei sent the message the king shall not let the people starve in the chat. In the Asclepian language, it said that the first emperor had dyslexia and could only write in mirror writing, and the loyal subjects who admired him inherited the use of mirror writing. So, If we reverse the middle common language in Fourier, would that work? First, extract the radicals from kanji as kuonyomi, extract the non-radical parts as onyomi and divide katakana in half vertically for conjunctions. And then use a tool to reverse it. Is this correct? I scribble in illustration software and upload the image to the chat room. Correct. See, it's an easy test, right? But even with this, about 70% of applicants fail. It's strange, though, because I clearly stated in the application requirements that applicants must have read and mastered all the latest chapters of Ario Milo's Fourier. Even if they've read through Fourier, they may not necessarily have grasped its language system. I thought the same, but I, a struggling manga artist desperately aiming for a serialization, can't possibly make objections to the great Ario sensei. Well, still, 30% of the applicants pass, right? At that hourly rate, there must be a lot of applicants, and just hiring 30% would be a lot. Losing a chief assistant can certainly be painful, but it seems like there should be replacements available quickly as well. Yes, I try to hire them right away and give them more and more work, but they all kind of run away saying, "I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't understand why." Well, do you mind if I take a look at the manuscript with the instructions for the assistants? Sure. Another image is sent. A rough sketch of a menacing and grotesque figure. This seems to be a scene depicting the appearance of an enemy. The instructions are: the background, it's like vomit mixed with the finest champagne, spat onto a shop window after a host from Shinjuku's No. 2 club became No. 1 for the first time in the morning and then finished a bowl of extra-large ramen with sheer determination. What is this? If I may suggest, it may be better to refrain from using metaphorical expressions and instead provide more specific instructions regarding tone numbers and color shades. I inquire discreetly. What? No way, really? The same thing was said by you and Haruka. Deja vu? More like deja vu, or rather, a general observation. You know, I can definitely provide specific instructions if I want to. But if I did that, only about 70% of the nuance I conveyed would come across. To convey it 100%, I have no choice but to write it like this. Ario-sensei says in a voice full of conviction. Is this Ario Milo? I am struck by his professionalism. If you use an assistant, it's highly unlikely that the artwork will come out exactly as you envisioned it. You have to compromise somewhere. The specific criteria for setting that line is up to each individual manga artist, but Ario-sensei sets the bar exceptionally high. If I set my standard at 75 points, then it would be like having a hurdle of around 98 points. That may be true. On the contrary, the former assistants, especially the chief assistant, were able to draw well with these instructions. Well, I don't know. As expected of the first editor. What? Yeah. That's why the first editor-in-chief originally aspired to be a manga artist. Before Fourier came out, they used to look down on me, insisting on things like, make the protagonist a male, or make it a reincarnation in another world. I ignored all of that and went straight to the editor-in-chief to push my own ideas, which eventually led to success. It made things uncomfortable in the editorial department, so the editor-in-chief suggested, "Why don't you become my assistant?" And I quit the company. That's quite a backstory. The shocking truth that even I, a fan of Fourier, didn't know. Perhaps the editorial department wanted to keep it hidden as a dark secret. Oh, but you know, when I became the chief assistant, my salary tripled compared to my time as an editor, and I was thrilled. Why did the chief assistant, who had such a good relationship with you, suddenly quit? I am not really sure about that. If I had to say, maybe it was because I said I wanted to scrap and redo the entire manuscript when the deadline was approaching. It was indeed a bit challenging, but you know, if it's for the sake of improving the work, it can't be helped, right? Ario-sensei says it in an innocent tone. Is that the reason? Yeah. Did Haruka-san make some kind of mistake? Haruka didn't do anything wrong. In fact, thanks to her advice, I was able to notice the flaws in my manuscript. I see. I knew it wasn't Haruka-san's fault. It seems like she's attributing the responsibility to herself, feeling responsible for triggering a significant revision from Ario-sensei due to her feedback. That's just how that person is, isn't it? From the perspective of the editorial department, it may be considered a mistake, but at least from my point of view, I can assert that Haruka-san did the right thing as the assigned editor. So, what about it? Will you be my assistant? You will, right? I mean, you're not busy right now, are you? Ario-sensei speaks in a decisive manner. Oh, well, I'm currently working on finishing the manuscript to submit for the planning meeting for my new serialization. I see. But you already have a one-shot manuscript, right? I've read it. If you just need to make some adjustments to that, it should only take a day or two. With the deadline around the end of this month, you should have about a week of free time, right? Ario-sensei declares with confidence. It would be troublesome to be compared to the work pace of the genius Ario-sensei when I am just an ordinary person. I'm sorry. I asked for this meeting, but could you please give me a little more time? I need to consider whether I will be able to assist Ario-sensei or not, and if there is someone I need to consult with. Is it Haruka? Yes. And one more person. I don't fully understand, but okay. However, Omona-sensei, you will be my assistant. What's your basis? I don't have it, but my intuition is usually right. Well then, see you later. The call is disconnected, leaving Ario-sensei's confident laugh. I send a message to Konata and Haruka-san saying, I would like to discuss the matter of becoming an assistant for Ario-sensei. If possible, please gather at my room around 2 p.m. What would be the reaction of Konata and Haruka-san if I say I will take on the role of assistant to Ario-sensei? While I'm thinking about this and that, time passes in the blink of an eye. I'm home. Konata speaks in the same flat tone as usual. Oh, you're back. I get up from my chair and raise my hand. Ha, sensei. Ario-sensei said, IT's going to be fine because Omona-sensei will take on the assistant role. Is that true? Haruka-san, out of breath, opens the front door a few seconds behind Konata. She pushes Konata aside and enters the room. Well, I haven't given my answer yet. Good. Then, I will decline the offer myself. Haruka-san exhales in relief and takes out her smartphone. Please wait a moment. I haven't made a decision yet, but I am considering accepting the offer. As a self-employed individual, I have the right to choose my work, don't I? Her response is as expected and I give the answer I have thought of in advance. I'd just make Haruka-san feel uncomfortable if I straightforwardly say I want to support her. Forcing emotional goodwill upon her will only deepen Haruka-san's sense of guilt. In that case, I'll have to convince her through logic. That is certainly true. However, right now you should be focusing on your own serialized manuscript, and I don't see any reason for you to assist another mangaka. Haruka-san approaches me with her arms folded and puts pressure on me. Like earning pocket money? Sensei, you are not the type to be wasteful, and I can't believe that you are in need of money. I assume you still have sufficient savings from the previous anime adaptation, right? Haruka-san calmly rebuts. But you see, if Haruka-san were to be held accountable for this mistake and be fired, it could mean that the launch of the new series would never happen. I won't be fired. While in fictional manga stories, someone may lose their job over a mistake, in reality, there is a shortage of editors. Even if it's a series by Ario-sensei, they can't afford to dismiss someone just for making a single mistake. It will disrupt the workflow. Haruka-san shrugs her shoulders. That's true. There is still a possibility of being transferred to another department, and even if that doesn't happen, if Haruka-san's position within the editorial department becomes compromised, it can make it difficult for my new serialization to progress smoothly, don't you think? Flare Comics may claim to have a motto of anything goes as long as it's interesting on the surface, but like many other manga magazines, the positions of the editors are not necessarily equal. It is only natural that successful editors are more likely to get their projects through than less successful editors, as the company is a commercial enterprise. I can't say for sure that's not true, but is it okay if Konata Konoha-chan doesn't stop her sensei either? Konata Konoha-chan's precious sensei is about to be thrown out of his job because of an incompetent editor. Deep down inside, Konata-chan's gut must be boiling. Haruka-san looks at me with a puzzled expression, seemingly at a loss for an answer. Well, of course it's frustrating, isn't it? Why is it that the editors, who are supposed to support him, end up causing trouble for him instead? It's unbelievable. Konata drinks a cup of barley tea in one gulp while saying so. No sound of agreement. Please, feel free to say whatever you want. I feel like I can accept any kind of criticism right now. And once you're done, please ask Sensei to reconsider from Konata-chan's side as well. I can think of plenty of bad things to say, but whether I should stop him is another matter. I'll ask again, do you want to be Ario-sensei's assistant? Konata puts the cup in the sink and then approaches me in the room. Ah, I'd like to be Ario-sensei's assistant. I answer immediately. Why? As I mentioned before, I can't imagine having any editor other than Haruka-san. If by any chance my editor becomes someone other than her, it would be troublesome. Of course, I also have the desire to help Haruka-san, but it's not just volunteering, it's because I need her for myself. That's why I want to do it. That's it. To be honest, I'm curious about how Ario-sensei creates his works. There must be challenges involved, but there's also a lot to learn from the work process of a genius. That experience will definitely be a valuable resource for my own creative endeavors. Is that so? Good then. Konata replies immediately. Is it okay? Haruka-san's reaction is within my imagination, but this reaction on my part is unexpected. To be honest, I expect more of a backlash. If you weren't prioritizing yourself, I would definitely oppose it. But if you're doing it for your own sake, I'll support you no matter what. Even if it means becoming an assistant for another manga. Thank you, but when it comes to assisting Ario-sensei, the social networking version I'm working on with Konata, if I were to become an assistant to Ario-sensei, I would primarily focus on his work and utilize any waiting time to make revisions to my own manuscript. Naturally, I won't have time to work on my hobby project like the SNS version. You can always do that later, right? We have to focus on the present situation, don't we? Konata says in an easygoing tone. However, her tightly clenched fist tells of her regret. Sorry, Konata. I owe you one. Don't worry about it. I just want you to draw what you want to draw, in your own style. But I'm still happy to do it. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with. Konata mumbles a few words. This is not a situation where I should hold back. Ah, so, Haruka-san. I'll be Ario-sensei's assistant. I almost nod broadly at her, then turn to Haruka-san and declare, I understand. If you are so determined, I won't say anything else. I'm sorry. No, thank you very much. I will secure an assistant as soon as possible, so please take care of Ario-sensei. Haruka-san bows deeply. Yes. Well, I still don't know if I'll be useful as an assistant, though. I scratch my head and say, what if I say all this great stuff and it doesn't help? I'm sure Sensei will be fine. If she complains a lot, I won't let her. They both say in unison. I don't know why they have such confidence in me, but I want to live up to that trust. I immediately send an email to Ario-sensei expressing my desire to become her assistant. I receive a reply immediately. Starting from tomorrow, it has been decided that I will work as an assistant for 16 hours a day. Day 22 of cohabitation. Thus, from 6 in the morning, I begin my life as Ario-sensei's assistant. At first I thought I could just work on my own manuscripts between the gaps. But I soon learnt that this is naive thinking. Page 6 is up. Looks pretty good. Just there, at the border between the desert and the forest, change it to the department head who is aware of being outdated but deliberately maintains a 70-30 split hairstyle. The current version feels more like a self-proclaimed bachelor aristocrat with pomade who thinks he can still get by without realizing he's out of touch. Well, in this region, there used to be an ancient civilization, so the influence of their magic still lingers. I suppose it should have a slightly stronger sense of that influence compared to the current version. It's like the curses and blessings are still intertwined and alive, so to speak. Yes, that's right. And when you're done, this is the next one. The work is progressively going faster. Manuscripts come in one after another, and I get a reply almost in no time. I don't have the time to do much of my own work. When I saw the instructions for the manuscript, I couldn't believe my eyes, but it would be possible for me to assist him with questions like this. Of course, this assumes that I have considerable drawing skills and can understand the sense of a ryo-sensei. However, working while being on call all the time, this would likely be disliked by assistants hired on a temporary basis. Some people may appreciate being able to ask questions freely, but it seems that there would be more people who feel suffocated by the constant sense of being monitored by a ryo-sensei, making it difficult to breathe. If communication is to be so closely maintained, it will be necessary to directly employ an assistant and train them to the level of dedicating their heart and soul. I can't imitate that. This is a system that's exclusive to a ryo-sensei. I, an assistant who hopes to learn something, feel overwhelmed by the relentless violence of talent and find it difficult to bear. I feel like an ant facing an elephant. Still, I manage to bite the bullet and get on with my work. Time passes quickly. It is around 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the first NG is issued. You have to redraw all these clothes. We can't send them out like this. This is the scene where Meris and Halim are shopping in the second-hand clothing district. They find a stylish Furisode-style dress, but give up buying it because it is not suitable as a traveling outfit. That's the scene. I'm sorry. I'm embarrassed to say that fashion is not my area of expertise and I haven't studied it very much. I honestly admit it. As an assistant taking on the job, I have to be honest about what I can and cannot do. No, if it's just for regular clothes, it's not that bad. But this is a scene where I want to emphasize some specific details. It lacks the nobility, even though it may have the luxury. I'm planning to incorporate some of this fabric into Meris' bridal gown in the future, so anything mediocre or halfway won't do. Wait, stop spoiling the story. I hurriedly interrupt a ryo-sensei's words. It's no joke to hear the spoilers of a manga I'm looking forward to directly from the original author. This is on the same level as asking about the true identity of One Piece. Ha! Are you saying that Omana-sensei doesn't like spoilers? Well, I'm the type who can still enjoy it even if I'm spoiled. And anyway, I'm going to check out some resources. How about this one? I'll do an image search on the internet for wedding costumes and send it to a ryo-sensei. That's not quite it. Going all the way to imperial families or royal weddings in the UK would be going too far. This outfit is meant to evoke the image of a local noble family or a princess from a small kingdom who has fallen from grace. Well, I think I understand it somehow, but I can't find any good material. Give me some time. The world of Foria is set in a unique cultural realm that can be likened to the intersection of the Middle East and the Western world. With the addition of Japanese nuances, capturing the essence of that fusion can indeed be quite challenging in terms of design. I spend a little more time searching through the material. I put together some images of a little rich wedding and send them to a ryo-sensei again. None of those quite capture it. The hair costume represents celebration, but in this culture, they also wear the same garments during times of mourning. So, it carries a subtle nuance of sadness as well. To give you an analogy, it's like the dress worn by a daughter of a prestigious family in Shirogane who, against her wishes, is sent to a public school to broaden her horizons but ends up feeling out of place and unattended at her own birthday party. Another unique analogy emerges. Let me redraw it. After that, I redraw the drawings several times, but in the end I don't get an okay. I save the rejected costume for the time being and proceed with other work. Thanks a lot. I've made a lot of progress. See you tomorrow. Yes, I'll see you tomorrow. I look forward to working with you. It is 10 p.m. when I am released from work. I have to work on my own manuscript from now on. Thanks for your hard work. Oh, thank you, Konata. She brings me a warmed supper, as if she has seen it coming. I really want to taste the food, but I don't have the time to do so and stuff it into my stomach as if I were scraping it down. Yeah, the basics are going well, but there's something I just can't get right. The costumes. Yeah, did you hear that? After she came back from remedial classes, she stayed close to me and studied. Naturally, the conversation between me and a ryo-sensei was also leaked. In the hallway of my school's home economics department, There are displayed bridal gowns worn by past graduates. Would you like to see them? I could even live stream it from the school if you'd like. Konata murmurs in a reserved manner. Ha! Sakuraba is a prestigious academic school, right? Did they also have a home economics department? It's primarily a school for advanced education, but they also have a home economics department, specifically designed for what you might call the elite class. People who want the prestige of attending Sakuraba but may not excel academically will donate large sums of money to gain admission. I see. I guess prestigious schools have a lot on their plate too. So, do you want to see it? Or do you not want to see it? Well, of course I want to see it, but are you okay with that? If we start taking pictures of those outfits, I think we'll probably attract attention and stand out from the crowd. It's embarrassing, but this is the only thing I can do for you. Konata says decisively. Thank you. I'm sure Ario-sensei will be pleased. I lean forward and take her hand. Fufu, you seem really enjoying it even though it's not for your own work. Konata smiles thinly. Come to think of it, you're right. But there's something inherently enjoyable about creating a good piece of work. It may be a kind of instinct for artists. I take my hand away from Konata, stare at the tip of the chopsticks and mutter. Well, that's just like you. Konata says and pours some more barley tea into my cup. Day 23 of cohabitation. The next day, after working on my manuscript until dawn, I take a 2-hour nap and start assisting Ario-sensei again. Soon, after 12 o'clock, a video call came from this side. I think it will be quicker to have Ario-sensei look at it in person, so I point my phone at the webcam and take on the role of relaying the call from this side. That one. The one in the middle with the sari-like style. Yuhayu. That's probably a fabric from over 200 years ago. It's a rare item that's not widely available even in the home country. Take lots of photos of it later. Oh, and make sure to capture the sleeves and the back too. Ario-sensei's reaction is far from joyful. She starts jumping in front of the screen, making strange noises. As she jumps, the top of her neck occasionally frames out from the computer screen. All right. Please do so. Oh, and don't forget to take photos of that Celtic-inspired costume too. By the way, isn't it amazing? I mean, I can understand if they have traditional Japanese bridal costumes like the Bunkin Takashimada, but why do they have foreign wedding dresses? Sakuraba Academy has deep connections because they accept foreign royalty and wealthy individuals as exchange students. What's that? It's a school set up like a manga. Throw in the only other male student and you've got yourself a harem romantic comedy. Ario-sensei claps her hands and laughs. I heard that they don't allow boys to enter, but they've decided to accept transgender men on their register. Konata replies in a serious tone. Ario-sensei's statement is just a light-hearted remark and can be passed off as such, but this one must be serious at heart. A transgender man. It's the best. Oh, hey. Does an all-girls high school mean there's Yuri? Do the girls drink tea with each other and get all chirpy and frizzy? And while you're at it, can you take some photos of the JKs in class? Ario-sensei asks questions in rapid succession. In the face of that overwhelming momentum, I fall silent. Sensei, I'm afraid I might get in trouble with the school if I start taking pictures of other students, so please refrain from suggesting so. I offer a helping hand like so. Ha! But Omona-sensei is good friends with that Sakuraba student, right? That means you can draw all the real JKs you want, right? Isn't that unfair? Can I report you for envy and request the death penalty? Ario-sensei's teasing turns towards me. If I had the energy to spare, I would be able to go along, but I don't have the energy to do so as I've been up all night. I mean, Ario-sensei must be working on even tougher hours of sleep than I am, so why is she so energetic? No, is it because she's being driven into a corner that she's so high-strung? Please, sensei, spare me. I'm starting to feel like running away from being your assistant too. I say, half jokingly, half seriously. Perhaps this is the consequence of stepping into the battlefield of geniuses without proper consideration. A threat. Are you threatening me? Then I have a bargaining chip against you. Bargaining chip? I don't recall being threatened by Ario-sensei. While she may be aware that Konata and I know each other, she is not aware that we are living together. Yeah. Because if Omona-sensei gets off, my serialization will drop. Are you still okay with that? Why is Ario-sensei's manuscript dropping down a threat to me? Well, because, if you're my fan, your biggest fear is that you won't be able to read the rest of folio, right? Ario-sensei says it as if it were a matter of course. Absolute confidence in her own work. This mentality is probably the thing I should learn the most from. Anyway, now it's a matter of costumes. Let's do something about it quickly. It seems that I can never win an argument with Ario-sensei, so I return to the main topic. Yeah, that's right. The base will be that sari fabric, and the design will have a Celtic costume vibe. Something like a Celtic priestess who was destroyed by the Romans. I write down Ario-sensei's instructions. I then draw up the design using the photos Konata sent me as a reference. In the end, Ario-sensei makes the final alterations herself and the costume in question is finally completed. Day 24 of cohabitation. At this pace, we'll manage to meet tomorrow's deadline. Yes. Let's go for the last spurt. Today, too, I work as an assistant to Ario-sensei. Whether it's my inherent subordinate nature or it's just the third day, I already feel like I've been at her beck and call for years. It's tough, but strangely comforting, with a peculiar sense of stability. Gotcha. Sound of a door opening. I thought it was Konata, but it wasn't. Good evening, sensei. Here's something for you. Haruka-san comes over here with a convenience store bag in both hands. Thank you very much. I say this and bow. That voice just now, is it Haruka? Yes. Thank you for your hard work, Ario-sensei. I will visit you later. Haruka-san raises her voice slightly. Okay. Let's take a short break for about 30 minutes then. The way to the completion of the book is also in sight, and I feel like I'm getting close to that borderline point of being a proper lady with a scent that's just on the edge, probably because I haven't taken a bath for a week. Thank you for your hard work. The call hangs up. I take off my headset and stretch out wide. Sensei, there is a ray of hope regarding Ario-sensei's situation. It seems that the chief assistant is willing to come back somehow. Even if it's not possible for all the regular assistants, about half of them can be persuaded. Haruka-san sits upright on the floor and murmurs in a voice full of emotion. I see. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, I'll have this. May I? I open the nutritional drink that Haruka-san brought and drink it down in one gulp. It smells medicinal, but I feel that this unique aroma is somehow effective. I put the bottle of energy drink on the floor and relax the muscles between my neck and shoulder blades with my fingers. After all, staying up late at night is hard on the eyes and shoulders. If this is the case in my 20s, I wonder what will happen when I'm older. It may be a bit frightening. Let me rub your shoulders. Haruka-san stands up and stands behind me. No, I don't want you to do that much for me. You're good. Exquisite pressure that hurts but feels good. The skillful fingering relaxes the core of the body and induces drowsiness. I think I'm going to sleep for a little while. What are you doing? A chilling voice suddenly descends from above, and my eyes instantly become clear. Without a sound, Konata is standing there. It's summer and I have goosebumps. Nothing, it's just a small service. I simply wanted the sensei to have a brief moment of relaxation during his limited break time. But that's my job. Konata pushes Haruka-san out of the way and stands behind me. Ouch, ouch. She is gouging pain at my shoulder muscles. The force is too strong, and maybe her nails are stinging a bit too. She is completely clumsy. Shall I cook then? That's my job too. I see. If it's all right with you, would you like some sweets? It seems that you have contributed significantly to Ario-sensei's manuscript. Since you have been a great help to my assigned work, I should give you something as well. Haruka-san takes out gummy bears and cookies from a convenience store bag and offers them to Konata. I don't want. Is that so? Well, I had a feeling you might say that. I brought an exclusive non-sale pop item featuring Ario-sensei's works that I made for a specialty store's promotion. Would you like it? I do. In swift, cat-like movements, Konata swiftly snatched the pop from Haruka's hand and stowed it away in her school bag. Then, she returned to massaging my shoulders. In that case, I'll leave Sensei's shoulders to you and I'll take care of the leg. Sitting for extended periods can pose a risk of developing economy class syndrome, so it's important to address it. Then I'll forgive you. After a moment's hesitation, Konata speaks. Well, Sensei, stretch your legs, please. Ha, yes. I lightly open my legs and stretch them. Momi momi momi. Momi 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 momi. Momi 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 momi. I appreciate their concern for me, but deep down, I really just want to take a short nap, even if it's just for 30 minutes. That's what I thought, but seeing them massaging me so hard, it is me who can't say anything. Day 25 of cohabitation. Everything must come to an end. Last page has been sent. Just before 9 p.m. I report for duty in a trembling voice. Okay. Okay. There are some minor adjustments to be made, but I can handle it from here. You've done well, thanks for your hard work. Thank you for hard work too. I let out a big breath. Honestly, thank you so much. You're amazing, Omona-sensei. You've been working like 2 chief assistants all by yourself. Are you possibly a genius assistant? How about working here permanently? I guarantee an annual salary of 20 million. Ha ha ha, I'd have to decline. I answer immediately. I'm glad Ario-sensei praised me, but this is the only answer I don't hesitate to give. Wait. 5 million more than my former chief assistant. Ario-sensei, in a dissatisfied tone, starts revealing someone else's annual salary without permission. But, I see. 20 million, right? Surely, it will be much more profitable to be an assistant than to be a poor, unsuccessful manga artist. But I didn't set out to become a manga artist to make money. I want to continue being a manga artist, even if it means clinging to my desk until I'm abandoned by Haruka-san. I see. In that case, it seems unlikely for a lifetime. Rather than Haruka abandoning Omana-sensei, there's a higher chance of Omana-sensei disappearing due to the pressure of not being able to meet Haruka's demands. Ario-sensei says regretfully, "Stop talking about a possible future. It's not a good joke to do. At first I was reserved, but now I can speak without hesitation. My own adaptability is frightening. Well, I quickly adapted to the life of confinement with Konata, so compared to that, this is pretty normal. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. I'm sure you'll be fine, Sensei. When you're in trouble, someone will surely come to help. I believe you were born under that kind of star." Another hunch. Yeah, a hunch. Ario-sensei answers immediately. As usual, Ario-sensei is being casual about it. But since her intuition tends to be accurate, I'll leave it at that. But still, is this the end of my short life as an assistant? Ario-sensei, I would like to ask you one question. What is it? Haruka-san is the best editor, isn't she? On this rare opportunity to talk to Ario-sensei, I ask the question I've been keeping inside my heart. Isn't it obvious? Do you have to ask me about that? Ario-sensei immediately replies, "Of course. It was a stupid question." I feel very happy to hear Ario-sensei say that. Well, typically, the second generation or later editors who take over a successful series tend to become more like robots receiving manuscripts from manga artists. After all, if the work improves with their advice, it's credited to the manga artist's skills, but if sales decline after their intervention, they become responsible for interfering unnecessarily. Besides, editors are human too, and they naturally prioritize promoting the works they themselves have launched, putting more effort into that direction. But Haruka is different. Even with the series I inherited, she approaches it without hesitation and challenges me head-on. It's rare to find an editor like her. I truly appreciate her dedication and support. Ario-sensei speaks with a respectful tone. I see. I understand that feeling. While I may not be a super popular artist like Ario-sensei, whenever my works didn't sell well, when they got adapted into anime, or even when they faced cancellation, Haruka-san has always approached me with the same sincere attitude. An editor who approaches the works of all assigned artists with sincerity. It is easy to say with words, but being able to practice it is truly, truly precious. So, after confirming how amazing Haruka is, let's get back to work-related matters. Where should I transfer my assistant's payment this time? A Swiss bank account, perhaps? I'm not a legendary hitman, so, if it's all right, could I receive the assistant fee in goods instead of money? Goods, not cash. Yes. I'd be happy to get an autograph or something from you, with an illustration of immerse. I say modestly. Yeah, I'm totally fine with it, but is that how you want it? That would be fine. Oh, of course, I understand that you're busy right now, so it's okay to send it anytime. No, I'll draw it right away. I'll probably forget about it afterwards when I've finished the editing and a good night's sleep. But I see. Omona-sensei really loves me. Ario-sensei says so happily and laughs. I'm the type of person who separates the work from the creator when it comes to my preferences. In other words, it's more accurate to say that I love Foria, rather than loving Ario-sensei specifically. Naturally, I have respect for Ario-sensei as a fellow professional in the industry, but if I set that respect aside, well, she has her quirks, but overall, I'd say she's an endearing person. Thank you very much. I look forward to it. But there is no need for me to make such a rude remark, so I simply choose to be happy about it. Okay, I'll send it to you when it's done, so please wait for about an hour. Ario-sensei says in a light tone and then hangs up the call. Despite being on the verge of exhaustion due to consecutive nights with only half sleep, I can't bring myself to sleep because I am too excited about seeing Ario-sensei's illustrations. At this point, I don't have the energy to work on my own creations. Instead, I do some tasks like eating, brushing my teeth and handling miscellaneous chores. In between, I find myself checking for any new messages that may have arrived. Eventually, when I have nothing left to do and is cleaning my room, I receive a response on my calling app. Thank you. If anything comes up, please let me know. Take care. With such a message, a picture is sent. Seeing this, I clap my hands. Whoa, she really drew it. The heroine is wearing the outfit from my work. Collaboration. Collaboration. It's definitely the only one of its kind in the world, my very own immerse. Just by looking at this one piece, I feel like all the hard work I put in as an assistant has paid off. I should print it right away. Wait, I haven't bought a printer yet. I need to go to the convenience store. In my excitement, I run to the convenience store. I print the image at A3, the maximum printable size, and buy some double-sided tape that I can peel off while I am at it, and go back home. I immediately put immerse with Ario-sensei's handwriting on the wall. I stare at it blankly. What are you doing? I hear a voice. I turn around and see Konata, who has finished her bath, looking at me with a doubtful face. Look, Konata, here. Ario-sensei drew this for me. Immerse. My very own immerse. I point to a picture on the wall and say, "This is confiscated." Konata stands in front of me and starts unceremoniously peeling off the immerse painting. Why, that's my part-time job. Confiscating it as my part-time work. What? Oh, surely you want to be compensated for your labor? I understand. I'll pay you the part-time work fee separately, so give it back to me. No. Why? Idolatry is a sin. Konata mutters a few words and carefully folds my immerse and puts it in her bag. She's still behaving as mysteriously as ever. I can't do it. When my immerse is taken away from me, I feel distracted, and I suddenly feel sleepy. I spread out the futon I folded up properly. Well, the original data is firmly in my PC. At any rate, good night. I collapse onto the futon and lay down. From there, my memory is hazy as my consciousness gradually fades away. Day 26 of cohabitation. I wake up once in the morning, at about 10 o'clock, but I am still feeling lazy and sleepy. I go to the toilet, rehydrate, and immediately fall back asleep again. NNN. When I woke up again, it was already dark outside. Damn. I've got to get to work on my serialized manuscript. I tried to get up in a hurry. Gag. A sensation of being grabbed by the neck and pulled back causes me to stumble and fall backward. What a nostalgic feeling this is. Reflexively, I touch the base of my neck. There is a cold metal feeling there. Ah, are you awake? Dinner will be ready soon. Konata comes rushing over from the kitchen and says. She seems to be cooking and has a knife in her hand. Konata, this chain is for. You have a slight fever, so you'll have to rest today. Well, rest or not, do I even need this chain? Because otherwise you would definitely do your work. Konata says with confidence. Indeed, she doesn't feel guilty about keeping me on a leash. But with the deadlines? No, you can't. If you catch a cold and collapse like you did before, you'll be screwed. Konata makes an X with her hand in a stern tone and goes back into the kitchen. The white blade of the knife glints in the light of the electric lamp. Well, you have a point. I lie down on the futon. In truth, I don't have a lot of time to spare, but if it's just the task of drawing, I can at least map out the roadmap before the deadline. But there is just one little bottleneck, and that is, I can't come up with ideas for it. In other words, if the job is to come up with ideas without facing the desk, I can do it while I'm resting. As Konata says, it's better to take a proper rest and get better than to get down with a bad case of the flu. It's done. Konata brings over a tray with a cool glass bowl on top. It's zaru udon topped with cucumber, tomato, ham, and other toppings. It's a menu that seems to be good for digestion. Oh thank you. I only have one set of chopsticks. There's no plate either. I raise myself up and ask, what are you talking about? I'll feed you, so you don't need chopsticks or plates, right? No, my health isn't that bad. Just listen to me. Konata takes out a knife out of nowhere. You're done with cooking now, so don't you need the knife, right? I think so, but well, since she's doing it for my sake, I guess I can go along with the little game for a while. Well, I'll take your word for it. Aonn. Aonn. I open my mouth and Konata picks up the udon with her chopsticks, dipping it into the dipping sauce, and I chew on the chewy noodles. Unlike with dishes like immerse, when eating udon, the dipping sauce splash onto my mouth and collar, making me feel embarrassingly childish. Sensei, thank you for your hard work. It's been officially decided that the chief assistant will return back to assist Ryo-sensei now. What are you up to? Haruka-san rushes in and looks at us suspiciously. Sensei said he wanted to experience firsthand what it's like to be a mangaka who's actually been locked up. Konata answers of her own accord. I don't remember saying that. I see. You're quite eager for an interview, aren't you? Anyway, with your manuscript submitted and the assistant situation sorted out, I'll be able to return to directing your manga starting tomorrow. Thank you so much for everything. Let's give it our all for the final stretch. Haruka-san is easily convinced and strikes a small gut punch. Yes. I'll do my best. I straighten my back and swallow the spit that smells of bonito broth. Day 27 of cohabitation. I am frantically fixing the manuscript for serialization. After a good one-day rest, I'm back in top form and feel like I can produce the best possible manuscript. Haruka-san, the revised manuscript is ready. I give the manuscript to Haruka-san. I'll read it. Yes. I think it's good. Sensei, your art skills seem to have improved while I wasn't looking. She says as if impressed. What? Is that so? I'm not really sure myself, but maybe thanks to being an assistant to a Ryo-sensei, my drawing skills and speed have improved. Is it thanks to being accustomed to the reckless speed of a genius? It was quite a lot of work, but emotionally I feel satisfied. The benefit from an injury. It sounds strange when I say it myself. Anyway, with this speed, we should definitely be able to make it to the meeting on time. I agree. But I just can't come up with a good line for the heroine's final dialogue. Well, if it's just the dialogue, I can tweak it at the last minute, so let's focus on finishing up the other parts first. Alright. At 12 o'clock, I stop working on the drawing tablet. While Haruka-san takes her lunch break, I eat the rice balls Konata has prepared and left for me in advance. About Konata-chan. Haruka-san takes one look at the rice ball in my hand and mutters. She herself continues working while snacking on calorie-controlled snacks. Yeah. At first, I actually had suspicions that Konata-chan was actually keeping the sensei captive. Ha 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 ha, did you really think so? I laughed dryly. Well, I thought the possibility was low, but considering worst-case scenarios is part of the job. You know, Sensei's manga has quite a lot of dedicated fans, right? So, I guess it's not entirely impossible for something like that to happen. Haruka-san continues while staring at the PC monitor. Is that so? In my opinion, I don't think it has a sharp style that would easily attract maniacal fans. I tilt my head. It is difficult to be objective about one's own work. Well, Sensei's works may not have a particularly sharp style, but they do have an atmosphere that makes it easy for enthusiasts to push them as works that should be more appreciated. Of course, fans themselves are appreciated, but there are also those types of people who use a manga artist's work for their own self-aggrandizement. When these distorted individuals go too far and encounter developments they don't like, they can turn into intense anti-fans. It's like an excessive amount of cuteness turns into 1,000 times more hatred. And even without that, there are manga artists who, surrounded by strange believers who unconditionally affirm everything they do, become like the Naked Emperor, right? Haruka-san mutters in a voice full of realization. Yes, that's true. Sometimes I see communities like that on social networking sites. Yes. I was concerned it was going to be like that. But Konata-chan is different. She is a great fan who really cares about her sensei. That's true. It seems like Konata understands me better than I do. Yesterday, when I tried to work despite feeling a bit unwell, she forcefully stopped me. I chuckle. I see. Fufu, that's a bit frustrating. Haruka-san laughs a little sadly. Sad? No, I'm the editor in charge, so I thought I was the one who understood you the best, but I'd lose out to the passion of the real fans. I don't think it's about winning or losing. It's not related to the story about the Naked Emperor, but if Konata is the only one by my side, I feel like I'll be spoiled too much. So I think it's better for Haruka-san to be strict with me to maintain a balance. I answer with all my heart. While it may be true that I can draw as I please if that's what Konata desires, simply drawing whatever I want won't make me a professional manga artist. If the tailwind is too strong, I fall forward. I need a moderate headwind to support me. I see. Then may I take your word for it and give you a little dry feedback? Please go easy on me. I nod. Reviewing the completed manuscript multiple times and making fine adjustments is, to be honest, not an enjoyable task. Even with my own works, if I review them too many times, I get bored and want to finish them quickly. However, it is precisely this time of hardship that makes me a professional. Day 28 of cohabitation. Well, it's done for now. Yes. Good work. Sensei. It's past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Haruka-san and I mutter in subtle voices. Now all that's left is the last line? Yes. At the current stage, it's already at a passing level, so we can submit it for the meeting the day after tomorrow. However, if possible, I'd like to come up with a more fitting final line for the heroine's dialogue. We cross our arms and groan at the manuscript. The hero is unchained by the heroine and set free. But the hero is already controlled by the heroine to the spirit, and he begs the heroine himself to lock him up again. The heroine smiles and does as the hero wishes, putting the chains on again and saying, "Don't worry, I'm with you." It's not bad, but it's rather ordinary, isn't it? It feels quite predictable and lacks surprise. Yeah, I think it's preferable to have lines that leave a lasting impression. The heroine's last line was taken almost verbatim from the actual line of Konata, but the comic storyline is different from what I experienced. In reality, I made a joking remark about wanting Konata to continue taking care of me by wearing the choker on me, unaware that she is a stalker. However, in the protagonist's world, he is aware that the heroine is his stalker, yet he still desires to be controlled by her. In other words, the situation is different from what I experienced in real life, so the line as it is doesn't quite fit. Yuri mine, no, it doesn't fit. We'll always be together. This is also too normal. The discussion continues on what is this and what is that. I'm home. In the meantime, she comes back. Welcome back. Oh, by the way, if you're interested, Would you like to read my manga and share your thoughts? I'm having trouble with the final line, and I'd appreciate your input. I stand up and point to the laptop displaying the manuscript. I'd love to hear what she has to say about it, as Konata who can best understand the heroine's feelings. Wasn't it our agreement that I wouldn't interfere with the main story? Konata says with concern. I think it's good to at least hear it as a helpful opinion. Right. Haruka-san. Yes. Of course. The final decision will be made by us. Haruka-san nods at my question. Okay. After washing her hands and gargling, she sits down in front of my computer and turns the pages. I'll read it now. Konata mutters after about 20 minutes, never once taking his eyes off the screen. How is it? What would you recommend for the heroine to say in her last line? I need to change the chains. Konata replies immediately. Ha! What do you mean? The chain isn't broken. What do I mean? The thing is, this manga is set to transition from autumn to winter. While it's fine for summer, using iron chains in winter would be cold and pitiful for the skin, right? So, I think I should replace the chains with a different material, like wood or plastic. Konata explains without hesitation. I must say, it conveys an incredible sense of realism. It demonstrates the protagonist's obsession and implies that the captivity will continue. Moreover, it effectively showcases the heroine's abnormal affection. I believe it couldn't be a more fitting line. Haruka-san says in a low voice and nods. Now that I've heard this explanation, I can't think of anything other than this line. By all means, I want to use this line. I agree. I think a line that surprises the readers would be great. However, it may need some explanation since it can be a bit confusing. While we shouldn't make the final line too long as it might lose its impact, providing some context would be necessary. There is a limit to the size of the speech balloon. I can't explain everything like what Konata mentioned every time. You could simply depict it by having the character hold an iron chain in one hand and a different chain in the other. You can even write for winter or something similar to convey the intention. Since it's a manga, you have the flexibility to stylize it a bit, so you can convey the idea through visuals. Haruka-san calmly replies, Thank you. I'm glad I asked for your opinion. It feels like the final puzzle piece has fallen into place thanks to your input. I bow deeply to Konata and say, It's not a big deal. It's just a small contribution, really. You're making it sound more significant than it is. While saying so, Konata's eyes were narrow with a hint of delight, contrary to the words spoken. In the end, the manuscript is completed at 10 p.m. I entrust the polished work, which has reached a level where I can confidently say it won't be embarrassing no matter where it's published, to Haruka-san. That night, I am able to fall asleep more comfortably than ever before. Day 29 of cohabitation. Once I've finished my work draft, there's only one thing for me to do. Politics, food, animals. Especially cats. Those are the quick and easy topics that go viral on social media. Konata states her opinion. She seems to still be determined to pursue the manga for the social media version, as she hands me an even thicker report than before. She has already finished her makeup classes and is very motivated this morning. Haruka-san is working on her day off to prepare her presentation for tomorrow's meeting. I'm totally dumbfounded. I would appreciate it if we can skip the political topics. I don't have much knowledge in that area. I may not be well informed, but I have this image that political topics tend to generate controversies. I don't want my account to have that kind of contentious atmosphere. I understand. So, let's focus on food and cats to appeal to a wider audience. Food and cats, huh? In that case, how about depicting the heroine dressed in a cat cosplay enjoying some sweets? Aren't illustrations like that too common and too irrelevant to the worldview of this comic? Konata tilts her head. Well, that's true. What then? The protagonist. What? The protagonist dresses up as a cat, crawls on the floor and eats cat food straight from the pet food bowl. Will that get popular? You can count on it. It's time for men to dress up in cute outfits. Konata says it with a confident look on her face. Is it though? I don't really get it. Are there people who prefer to see the protagonist rather than the heroine in a male-oriented romantic comedy? No, but in a good romantic comedy, it's also important for the protagonist to be loved. Well, let's give it a try. I draw leisurely and unenthusiastically. The illustration is completed before noon. I post the image on SNS with the caption of feast. My lunch is just about ready. Oddly enough, it is more luxurious than cat food. It is cold soup. Today, I'm fully focused on creating content for social media, so I prefer to go for something quick and easy to eat. How is it? This is interesting. It seems like I'm getting likes from a different audience than my usual readers, which is quite intriguing. I'm chugging down cold water and hitting the refresh button on my social networking sites. Looking at the icons that have given me likes, I'm getting a good response from people who like BL. But in terms of overall buzz, it's a failure. So, Konata bites her lip in frustration. Well, let's keep trying new things. What should we do next? Currently, there's a popular guy giving away money through a lottery. Well, it's not really the point if people are liking it just to get money. Besides, I'm not rich enough to give money to others. Yeah, I agree. Maybe if it's a giveaway with your autographed illustration, it may be acceptable, but just giving money feels a bit unfair. Well, if it's within the scope of a common campaign, it's not too bad, but it still feels a bit unfair. Furthermore, while engaging in spirited debates with others, I post twice on different topics, but none of them receive many likes. They end up with results similar to comparing the height of acorns. Time-wise, I have one more challenge left for today. After finishing dinner, I inform myself objectively while sipping post-meal tea. I am in the mood to try again and again, but time is limited. If it goes like this, I may have no choice but to go for it. I say with a determined expression as I return from doing the dishes. What are you going to do without caring about anything? I'm going to lift the ban on drawing erotic illustrations of the heroine. I've done some research since then, and it seems like this has the highest potential to go viral in a short period of time. Indeed, that might be the most realistic strategy, but honestly, I'm not very enthusiastic about it. I look down. Why? Konata tilts her head. I want you to appreciate the comics I've created with you, but I don't want to cheapen the heroine for that. I want the heroine to be lovable, but I don't want her to be reduced to a purely sexual object. Well, I know this is my selfishness. Moreover, I understand that the heroine in my manga and Konata are different, but still, it feels unpleasant to treat you as a woman with only sexual appeal just because you look similar. I quietly confess that. I believe that I am someone who can distinguish between reality and fantasy, but in the case of this manga, it's difficult to separate things because of the circumstances involved. If you say so, then I guess there's no helping it. Let's think of other methods. Despite having my grand plan rejected, Konata seems somewhat happy and pleased about it. Day 30 of cohabitation. 10 a.m. Haruka-san goes to work and Konata goes to school. I try to draw a SNS version of my manga based on her idea, but I can't seem to get into it. Today, they are going to decide whether my manga will be serialized in the magazine or not. I'm told that the meeting starts after 5 p.m. I know it's no use being impatient in the morning, but I can't help feeling nervous. I tell myself that this is also work, so I organize the receipts for my tax return and open my PC to sort out the data I don't need. In the meantime, Konata comes back. I'm back in front of the Liquid tab and the PC again. I try to forcibly draw the SNS version of the manga, but I keep making mistakes and it doesn't go well. Can't concentrate? Konata asks pensively. No. Oh. Sorry. To be honest, I am worried about the work getting through the meeting. For a moment, I thought about covering it up, but then I felt like that would be rude, so I told Konata truthfully. Okay. Then I'll go and buy the ingredients for our festive feast. Konata stands up quietly. You don't even know if my work is going to get through the meeting and you're already preparing a celebration? Of course. If you pass, of course it's a celebration. Even if you don't pass, you've completed a work that you're satisfied with, so that's a celebration. Konata says in a tone of voice that has no hesitation. Yeah, that's true. I give one small nod, then another, deeper nod. When I first finished my own manga, I was happy just for that. When did it become impossible for me to be happy unless the comic was serialized in a commercial magazine? Still conceited, I see. I feel my heart strangely calm down. I think I'll continue with the SNS version now. I say with determination. Is that okay? Yes, I want to draw. I say this and switch off my phone. When I turn on the power, I can't help but worry if there's any contact from Haruka. I'll leave it until the time the meeting starts. I'll just get down to work. Gotcha. Da-da-da-da-da. Ban. Sensei, why are you turning your phone off? I've tried calling you so many times. Oh, sorry. Was it that time already? I was going to turn it back on at the end of the meeting. I seem to have forgotten. I hurriedly pick up my phone. The pitch-black screen shows my dumb face. When I switch it on, it is already past 7 p.m. RIC. Never mind about that. Your serialization in this magazine got approved. Congratulations, Sensei. Haruka-san hugs me. A soft touch envelops my whole body. I smell a working woman's odor, a mixture of sweat and perfume. THA, thank you. I feel my eyes welling up with warmth involuntarily. It has been truly long to reach this point. You did a great job. Honestly, I was worried that you might give up or be crushed, Sensei. But you've overcome it. Manga artists who have experienced rock bottom once will become strong. Amazing. Truly amazing. You're as great as Kan-san from Enzen no Koa. Period drama. Haruka-san rushes towards me with an excited voice. In her mind, giving such high praise is probably the greatest compliment, on par with being the protagonist of a period drama. It's thanks to Haruka-san that didn't abandon me. Please continue to support me from now on. I try to hug her back, but unsure where to touch, I lightly tap her shoulder with my finger. Congratulations. But please step back. I feel a strong force on my collar, and my body moves backwards. Excuse me. What I did with myself was neither common sense nor compliant behavior. Haruka-san takes a step back and straightens the collar of her suit. Her eyes were as moist as mine. So, do you want to celebrate? If you want, I can go and buy the ingredients for the feast right now. She takes one look at the front door and says, No, I don't have time. I'm going to draw the SNS version. I say without hesitation. Are you sure? Konata tilts her head. Yes, we can celebrate anytime. But the competition for gaining likes on the social media version has a deadline tomorrow. I reply with a smile. My motivation is at its highest now since my series has been approved. I don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Well then, let's order sushi for dinner instead. I'll treat you. Haruka takes out her smartphone and says, Wait. No, it wouldn't be right for you to treat me. I shake my head to the side repeatedly and say, That's how I feel. I won't be a disturbance to your work, so please join me. Yes, I've already placed the order. Again, Haruka-san is quick to work. As the delivered premium sushi arrives, I continue my work while enjoying it with chopsticks. Haruka-san sips her beer and watches over us with a warm smile. Day 31 of cohabitation. Konata. This is the final manga for the time being. I'm going to submit it. Just before 11 p.m. I put my index finger on the left mouse button and say, After discussing various ideas with Konata, we end up creating a surreal and incomprehensible manga where the characters are not anthropomorphized but rather mimicked. I heard that KWA is receiving a good response, so we discussed imitating it. However, I myself am aware that this is clearly going off track. But considering all the struggles we went through, I have no regrets about the result. I understand. Konata put her hands together as if she was praying. All right. Well, Haruka-san, today is supposed to be the deadline for cohabitation, but what do you think? I press the left button, check that the image has been uploaded and close the computer. I have to catch the last train, so I'll have to excuse myself at 12:15 a.m. So, for now, I'll be here until the date changes. In other words, It means that she is willing to accompany me until the end of her manga competition with Konata. To be honest, the outcome of the situation is already in sight, but Haruka-san is really very disciplined. A subtle silence passes between the three of us. I wonder what it is. It feels like a strange mix of resignation and impatience, like waiting for the lottery results or the announcement of entrance exam success. Haruka-san calmly continues packing her belongings. Konata is checking her belongings for tomorrow's school and doing some minor cleaning around the kitchen. I take a bath, brush my teeth and start getting ready for bed. For a nocturnal manga artist, this time of day would still be considered early evening, but now that I'm striving for a regular human lifestyle, staying up too late will be considered a bit of a late night. Sensei, it's past midnight. Haruka-san takes one look at her watch and mutters, "Oh, is it that time already?" I pick up my phone with my left hand while running the hairdryer through my hair. I open SNS without any expectations. Let's see, the number of likes is impossible. I look twice at the numbers in my own eyes and recount them just to be sure. I have to make sure. It's over. I switch off the hairdryer and mutter, "What?" Konata stops sharpening her pencil and looks up. It's over 10,000 likes. Really? Konata snaps the tip of her pencil lead and reaches for my phone. It seems that Ario-sensei retweeted various works that I have uploaded, and that sparked a sudden popularity. Seriously? Konata's eyes widen in surprise. Wait, what's this? Did I really draw this kind of work? The more I read through the details of Ario-sensei's retweets, the more my suspicions deepen. Wait, why isn't this getting attention? Did the concept of manga disappear from the world while I was busy for a moment? Well, it seems like many readers have become too accustomed to the soft, baby food-like manga of recent times, so let me explain. The first panel is like a fake movie trailer, right? But the content is occult-like, something that wouldn't be possible in a real movie trailer. This signifies the protagonist's disproportionate and extremely inflated self-approval desires. And why is the heroine, who is the holder of the chain, deliberately omitted in this romantic comedy-like scene where the protagonist is eating cat food? That's because this chain symbolizes not only the physical confinement but also the mental constraints that bind the protagonist. And finally, the last manga that was posted. Both the protagonist and the heroine cease to be human. By depicting them as deformed animals, the gender difference is omitted. In other words, the boundaries between the two disappear, and the cruel reality is presented to the readers that the heroine was nothing more than a figment of the protagonist's imagination. However, the protagonist continues to turn a blind eye to this and keeps drawing manga that has no demand. So, in other words, this manga is a semi-autobiographical depiction of a struggling artist whose mental state deteriorates, a mockumentary of sorts. In the past, it might have been serialized in publications like Goro, but now the fact that it can be read for free is truly a testament to how great the times have become, right? Ario-sensei praised my manga, accompanied by complex analyses and observations. Thanks for assisting me. I don't think I'll ever be able to thank you for assisting me. Considering Ario-sensei's style, it seems highly unlikely that she would resort to flattery when it comes to manga. Sensei. Are you intentionally trying to achieve the effect that truly resembles Ario-sensei's writing? Haruka-san asks, swiping her phone. No, not at all. It's just that Ario-sensei read it nice and deep. It's just a coincidence. I shake my head and answer. Ario-sensei's manga skills are so advanced that she goes beyond any author's expectations and makes her own interpretations. Hey, what's going to happen with this? Did we win? Konata says in a bewildered tone. With the way this is going viral, it's hard to attribute it to my own skills. And looking at the current number of likes, it's uncertain whether I would have reached 10,000 by midnight. It's a close call. I scratch my head in frustration as well. The majority of the likes are probably from Ario-sensei's fans, or at the very least, it's undeniable that they have been influenced by him. And as of 12:07 a.m., it's at 10,013. It's quite precarious. Okay, this is my proposal. How about we call it a draw? A draw? Konata gives a probing look to Haruka-san. Yes, that's right. Honestly, this time it was my mistake, and I can't say that sensei had enough time for his creativity. Since sensei, as the author, hasn't felt a sense of accomplishment or satisfaction, I don't think we can determine a clear winner. So, let's consider it a draw. Haruka-san calmly replies. Then what about the matter of letting him draw his manga more freely? So, as sensei's editor, I will freely voice my opinions on his work, and Konata-chan can also provide your thoughts as a fan. Shall we make a compromise based on our input? Ultimately, it's up to you, sensei, to decide how to incorporate our feedback into your work. I understand. In that case, we'll call it a draw. Konata pauses for a while and then nods. Well, that means, in other words, can I interpret it as Haruka-san acknowledging Konata? I ask for confirmation. Yes, exactly. I believe it is clear that Konata-chan is beneficial to your creative process, and your relationship is healthy without any apparent issues. Haruka-san says in a detached and businesslike tone. You're absolutely right. I am relieved and hummed. However, living together between a man and a woman is, you never know what may happen, even if you, sensei, are a rational person. So, personally, I won't recommend it. Haruka-san looks at me and then at Konata with a piercing tone. Yeah. As for the cohabitation matter, I'll discuss it with Konata as well. I nod my head. I don't think it's good for me to continue living together with a high school girl indefinitely. I believe that we need to settle things properly, no matter what form it takes. Is that so? Then, I will take my leave now. Haruka-san stands up, puts the key to my room on the table, and turns on her heel. And then she rolls out her carry-on bag and begins to walk towards the entrance. Wait. Konata gets up and stops her. Yes. Haruka-san stops and turns her back towards us. I initially thought that Editor-san was just getting in the way of sensei's manga, but after spending a month together, I realized that wasn't the case. Editor-san is necessary for sensei's manga. Personally, it doesn't sit well with me, but I acknowledge that. Of course, it's strictly in the capacity of being an editor. She takes 2 steps towards Haruka and then mutters in a small voice. I'm glad you understand. Haruka-san speaks and walks towards the entrance, puts on her shoes and pushes open the door. And in that moment of closing the door, she turned back towards us once again. Well, it's not uncommon in the industry for editors and mangakas to get married. Her voice is not loud, but it is very clear. The door slowly closes, leaving only her meaningful smile. Konata freezes like a statue of ice, motionless. Konata. I'm telling you, Haruka-san's last remark was a joke, okay? Salt. What? Bring me the salt. The whole bag. Konata quickly rushes to the entrance with her socks still on, closes the door and locks it with a chain. You. Overwhelmed by Konata's intensity, I grab a bag of salt from the space under the kitchen counter. Taking the salt from me, Konata begins scattering it at the entrance as if performing a sumo wrestler's ring-entering ritual, all in silence. A humid summer night. I watch as the concrete became dyed white, resembling the aftermath of heavy snowfall, and a chill runs down my spine, feeling the relentlessness of it. End of Volume 2.